Anyways, hi YouTube. So we beat the dragon boss, which was a really slow, like, item fight. And then we found a guy who was cursed by the Fae. And then we talked about Starfield for a bit. Now we're here. Sorry. It's okay. I noticed we weren't recording. Hello, Game Geek. Excuse me. Oh, that's Validect. I don't have a fancy mechanical keyboard. I just have a mechanical keyboard. Probably because I pretty much just bought it to type on. It was originally for writing, but then I just found myself more comfortable with my ergonomic keyboard for writing, so shrug. If you're wondering why I don't use a mechanical keyboard for streaming, I actually did that briefly, and the amount of noise it made was really frustrating for the stream. Because, yeah, it was very loud, and the mic picked it up very sharply because it's very sharp, high-pitched noise, which the mic always picks up more, so that got dropped immediately. No, Dark Day. Usually what I do when I'm not, like, quite ready to hit the ground running is I hit stream first to be like, hey, I'm here, and then I hit recording. It's actually pretty rare that I forget to... Why is everything gold? It's actually pretty rare that I forget to hit record almost immediately afterwards. I blame... I blame Mr. Red. Halt, intruder. I'm placing you under arrest. No one steals our treasure. You can think about that in jail. We just got here. Who are you? How'd you end up here? Would you like for me to help you? Okay, I'll let you out. So there's arguably the best party member in the game. For reasons we'll get into later. And then he goes back to sleep. So I believe this is another stealth section, if memory serves. Right. I actually have a specific few things. You can buy a gold bar here. Oh, sorry. So the reason I brought up the cooking thing. So, for example, so far this game has only gotten 2 negatives for walkthroughitis, right? Not too terrible, not too shabby. You know, it's actually pretty solid for an old JRPG. Breath of Fire 2 has so much walkthroughitis, I'm honestly not sure if I could think of a game that's worse than it in that respect. Like, ignoring the obvious stuff like the Sten section or the I don't know where to go next sections, of which there are several. The cooking mechanic I just mentioned, which, if you don't pick the right type of town, if you don't put the right people into the right houses 3 times, then you don't really have access to the cooking mechanic. That's an entire gameplay mechanic locked behind 4 separate steps of walkthroughitis. And nothing indicates that anywhere. Just... Alright. Hey, what's a vitamin? The use of this item is pretty obvious. It's just what the name suggests. What does it do, game? What do any of these things do? Game's getting lippy with me. Alright. How bad was Trails, Blue Alex? Like in comparison to what I just mentioned. Okay, so we want the... Hang on, I've got a walkthrough. I've just got the walkthrough up at this point, because honestly. So let's see here. Sorry. Oh, yeah. I'll take that. What else? That doesn't sound too bad, so that tracks. Excuse me. Money, I don't think. We can always use more defense. Hey, Dr. Winter. Yeah, that is a... Aw, okay. I don't have anything else I can sell, right? I guess I can get rid of these, but they're not going to work that much. I think I will anyways. Dumb items anyways. Hey, Jukebuzz. Happy New Year. And thank you for the sub. Oh yeah, by the way, website's finally updated. Sorry, you guys just buried me in donations over the last few days, so it took me until last night to get the website updated. So. Yeah, I saw Valerian. It's whatever. Honestly. Yeah, it was a 5-week-long dark. Way longer than it was supposed to be. See, that sounds definitely like Walk the Ritus, but at least that's only one quest, right? I believe they're Dark Kiss. I'm not actually sure. It's a chance to do AoE death spell to the entire enemy party, so kinda useless. Oh yeah, I actually need to buy some quest items here. I mean, everybody's been praising RFF2, and I'll take it. So I need a vitamin and a pouch, I believe. Yep. Hey, you. Everything's made of gold in this town. All gold. I've got a case of the hiccups. Could you bring me some vitamins? Thank you. Ah, that did the job. Please take this. 5,000 gold. Yeah, Undertale Yell is one of the only ones I didn't have a time to check out yet. I did get the Gerudo game on, though. I take life. There once was a kingdom of skilled thieves who had mysterious powers. It was destroyed by the Dark Dragons. I'm not sure, Crazy Norse. It wasn't requested, it has low interest, and it has nothing to do with the original trilogy, Dark Day. Good afternoon, Jay Palmer. Damn it, Walker. The rich man, Ross. Hey! And of course, Ross isn't even here for me to make fun of this. Owns this ship. Thank you, Walker, very much. Ah, yep, time to steal a ship. That's a good question, Jukeboss. Would you believe the answer is neither, though? I think both methods work for what they're both going for. So it's going towards the Kingdom Hearts block. Sea of Stars, not Secret of the Stars, different game. And FF7R1. Thank you, Walker. What's funny, Secret of Mana had the Gold Town concept as well, didn't it? Okay, we need to go rob this town blind. Let's go do that. That's where this came from. Yep, time to do an audit run of Secret of the Stars. This time, no cheats. Oh, God. I'm not even sure that's possible. Like, how do you beat Secret of the Stars without cheating? Yes, Walker. I don't remember, Jay Palmer. I mean, I know we gave ourselves a bunch of gold, but that was an exploit, because that game is buggy as hell. By the way, there's actually a really easy way to get max gold in this game due to a similar exploit. It's an underflow glitch, and it's really easy to underflow a lot of older JRPGs. That's true, I might learn to enjoy the game properly if I play it without cheats. This is Aria, you can catch a boat to Scand. Some people have the ability to join with others and transform, really. There's nothing that can't be bought. Even peace! No, they do not, J. Palmer. Well, it's more like case by case. What are you doing in my house? Robbing it blind. What are you doing in my house? Wait, whose house is this, though? You take life! I'm never going to stop being amused by that. Thank you, Fife. Always appreciate, thank you. I'm trying to think of an exploit that probably would qualify as cheat flagging. Because it is kind of a case-by-case thing. Like, random example. If I'm playing Final Fantasy VI and I cast Vanish on someone and then X-Zone to kill them instantly, that is, by technical definition, an exploit. It is a bug I am exploiting. But I wouldn't count that as raising the cheat flag. Frankly, I wish they hadn't patched that out of the game. It added legitimate strategy to several fights. Yeah, no, it was just a clever usage of the game mechanic. You say that jokingly, Che Palmer, but I agree with that completely. When you're invisible, spells automatically hit. That's true in the game. So you vanish the enemy, and then you use a spell that kills them instantly. That's just being creative. I didn't know that was a bug until years later. Anyways, thank you again, Fife. I will go ahead and give that to WoW War Within, the Kingdom Hearts block, and the SNES block. Copying a save file in your save folder for a backup considered a cheat. Depends. Again, it always depends. But, like, for example, if this is Dark Souls, if I decide to go and back up my save in order to have a save file, I don't consider that cheating. That would be exploiting, however. Hey, Melkor. Good morning. Shoop! Time to take a bath. Yeah, we're about to get Karn, finally. And then we're going to do a bit of a trip, because Karn breaks this game open. Learn how to play the piano, because this is FF5. So what would an exploit be that's cheating? So, problem is, I can't think of any off the top of my head. You take a life! See, that is an exploit, but if I'm being honest, if I decided to exploit alchemy in Morrowind... Okay, thank you, Bergman. If I exploit alchemy in Morrowind, I don't consider that cheating. Personally. Like, it's the same as the Doom thing I just talked about. It's there in the game. 1993, Spartan. For those of you not familiar with it, in Morrowind, alchemy is broken. Because you can, like... Basically, you can brew potions to buff your stats. And that means you can brew potions to buff your potion brewing. Which allows you to brew better potions to brew your potion brewing. And, honestly, that's just surface level. There's so many bonkers things you can do with alchemy in Morrowind. But that's just in the game. That's just stuff that's there in the game, right? That's not cheating. That's abusing the game, but it's not cheating. I mean, hell, to use a slightly lesser example, back in vanilla Skyrim, and they have toned this down a little bit, you could... I forget the exact route, because you could do a thing where you could, like, brew a potion to increase your enchantment. And then you could use your increased enchantment to make a better weapon. And then that better weapon would give you better alchemy skill, which you could use to make an even better enchantment, to make an even better weapon with even better alchemy skill. And you could just go around this triangle, buffing your crafting stats into ridiculous levels until you could then finally, like, say, okay, I think I'm high enough. You hit a bit of a diminishing returns. I'm going to go ahead and make, like, some Doom gear now. And that's exactly what I did in that. My son left for the forest and hasn't returned. A fairy cast a spell on my son. Please help him. Okay. Well, you see, Magister, I don't know why it's called Breath of Fire. Obviously, there's dragons. It's a major element of the entire story, is that dragons are a thing. But I'm not sure why they called it Breath of Fire specifically. I have to admit, coming up with names is a whole thing. Like, there's a whole art to that. For example, someday, God willing, I do actually hope to turn the Final Fantasy rewrites into a series of games. Now, at that point, I will have to stop calling them Final Fantasy, because that name's taken. So I've actually been, in my head, kind of workshopping what else to call it. And that has been difficult. My first thought was Two Worlds. And then... Stop, you're under arrest. Okay. This is a different lock. You won't be able to break it. Yeah, Two Worlds is taken. So... That had to be thrown out. Yeah, Two Worlds 2 is also taken. God, I've actually played Two Worlds, by the way, so... Yeah, no, it sucks. Yeah, if you look up generic Western RPG, you'll see a picture of Two Worlds. It is, despite appearances to the contrary, it is not Oblivion on steroids. Who knew? The worst title for a good game. You know, honestly, it's not a game, but Star Wars comes to mind immediately. Okay. Healer, won't you please fix my aching back? Yeah, sure. This is not what's happening in the Japanese version. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I feel years younger. Thanks. I have 20,000 gold. Ping to you, Flagend. Oblivion. Easy answer, J. Palmer. It's not straight up sex, don't worry. It's just Puff Puff. This will make just Puff Puff. Yeah, it's sex adjacent. Poor Karn. Oh, my aching back. Jazz music. To enter the tower that holds the light key, we must go through the safe. Darkness never falls in our town. We owe it to the light key. Yeah, by the way, light being associated with gold was also a thing in Secret of Mana. Also, FF2 had a gold town as well. What is it with Japanese and gold towns? Yes? I think so, J. Palmer? I mean, we do actually need quite a bit of money for the upcoming quest step, so you'd have to go outside and grind for a while. But you could do it. Want my ship? If you help me, you can borrow it. My daughter's locked in the safe. Please save her. Okay. Listen, Crazy Horse, I don't know about you, but if I don't have a city that's completely covered in gold, am I even really alive, honestly? Which game gave me the best experience of being a thief? So, the obvious answer here is Thief. But if you know me, you know I'm not actually particularly familiar with Thief. Like, I've only played it, like, the one time, and that's kind of it. So I don't have many memories of that, so I can't really, like, in fairness, say, oh, yeah, no, it's totally Thief. So instead, I'm going to pick an option that you're going to just look at me weird for. Oblivion. Oblivion had a weirdly large amount of thought put into being a thief in that game. Hey, Sabacon. Like, poor people, middling people, rich people, military districts. Like, there was a design built into casing a joint, figuring out what to steal, where and how, patrol routes, risk reward, etc., etc. What's worth holding. You know, that whole thing. That was actually fun in Oblivion. I know, I'm weird. Okay, so now, looking at my notes. Yeah, the Oblivion questline wasn't too bad either, for Thief. Yeah, we're doing a little more damage. I think we have finally outpaced Earth Key with the weapons we just bought. Hey, Lord Firestorm. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, gear actually matters for sneaking, depending on your talents. True enough, Crazy Norse. True enough. What the hell are you? Okay, that sucked. How many times have I played Boff 1? 3 times, counting this playthrough. Yeah, actually, technically, there is a weapon I could go out of my way to get right now, which is technically better than what I have. And Ryu is, of course, super vulnerable to shock. I think I already told you that. Thanks, Ryu. Anyways, it's the boomerang, or rang, as it's called in this game. Am I the right way? I've actually thought several times about how to bring game rentals back into the modern era, because game rentals were a weirdly good idea for us. You know? Like, for those of you who were around in the game rental era, how many of you were able to just try out a bunch of games because you could rent them? Basically demo a game, get several hours into it and be like, alright, this ain't for me, or oh, I want to actually buy this. And yeah, Game Pass is as close as we have to a modern rental system. But Game Pass isn't quite there. It's as close as we get, though, so I guess that is what it is. There is the Steam refund policy, that's true. I mean, honestly, ditto. On average, when I was a kid, Savacom, like preteen, I would get an average of 4 games per year, as in purchased. And that's, like, it. Two of them would be from my grandmother, one for my birthday, and one for my one for Christmas. And then the other 2 would be the ones I would save up for and buy for myself over long periods of time. Yeah, I know. How do I talked to the lady. How do I fix you? Ah. Hang on. I don't have, like, what I would call extensive thoughts on that act. Listen, it's fine, Spartan. It's fine. Where are the fairies? And why are they not here? How do I fix you? It's okay, I can fix him. I can fix him. Okay. Well, whatever. Go back to Aria. Pretty much every indie game that hits it big is a fluke. Let's be very clear about that. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. If you are a tiny little indie game that gets noticed and then the word of mouth spreads, that's awesome. But you have to understand there are hundreds, if not thousands, of great indie games out there that you've probably never heard of. And those ones didn't get noticed. That's the primary thrust of my point, is that some games just get really, really lucky. They get noticed, they get attention, other people look at them. You know, Kotaku does an article on them, or IGN does an article on them. Both of which are terrible, terrible publishers. For different reasons. Yeah, Undertale kind of had Homestuck and Earthbound fandoms going for it. But let's be honest, those are both niche fandoms. So, they still got pretty lucky to get, you know, word of mouth out as far as they did. Stardew Valley is the exact same thing. Hell, Stardew Valley actually pretty much relaunched that genre of games, and lots of... Whoop, hang on. But... pretty much relaunched an entire genre. SV. Stardew Valley. I do absolutely think that some games were boosted by streaming being a thing. No question. Especially games that are pro-streaming. In fact, I would be willing to say that I think Baldur's Gate 3 owes at least a little bit of its success to the fact that they are as pro-streaming as they are. I know Baldur's Gate 3 isn't an indie darling, but you get my point. Where was this twit? I've already talked to her, but apparently it didn't stick or something? A fairy has cast a spell on my son. Please help him. Yeah, I know. Anyways. But yeah, there's an old saying that some young idiot once said in television productions class, and he got made fun of by his classmates for saying it, but he was right, and he continues to be right to this very day. You want to know the secret to success, like big scale success? There is no such secret. That's the secret. There really is no, like, winning formula for getting big. There's a lot of stuff you can do. There's things you can do to boost your chances. You could be a good community. You could have good word of mouth. You could have good support. You could support streaming and YouTubing, all kinds of other fun stuff. But no, the one and only thing that can make you successful is luck. So the reason Undertale is as big as it is because of luck. Now, I don't want to say that dismissively. It's not like it doesn't deserve to be a big game, but let's be clear. That is the primary contributor. Hi, Twister. I'm afraid I have not heard of it, Magister. What do they do? And yeah, Thomas was alone getting reviewed by Total Biscuit. Yeah, that's a huge signal boost. Total Biscuit was awesome in general because he tended to do that kind of signal boosting thing periodically. Yeah, exactly, Act. Oh, nice. There's a lot of ex-Blizzard devs who are making their own games now. Hopefully some of them will actually be good. And I don't say that dismissively, to be honest. Just, you know. We'll see. Actually, let's just do this. Let's not screw around with this. I do not, Act. Yeah, how many of you have ever heard of Frozinth? Just to sort of make my point really quick here. Actually, I've got a really, really good example. So how many of you have ever heard of economics YouTubers? Yeah, there's thousands of them. Tens of thousands of them. And if I'm being blunt, most of them are garbage. Most of them. Now, how many of you have heard of Economate? Economate is probably the single best economy YouTuber out there. In terms of quality. They have 10,000 subscribers, about 107 videos out. They put out one video every couple of weeks, just whenever. Economate, Economate. As in animate, but with econ. And, this is sort of my point. Quality, like it or not, doesn't lead to success. That's the only point I'm making there. I know that sounds like a duh. But it's so easy to point to examples of quality works that just do not get noticed, regardless of the fact that they are high quality. So I use Frozinth as an example too. Great composer, who you've probably never heard of. Hell, if I'm being completely honest with myself for just 1 second, I probably qualify as that too. If you weren't in this chat right now, you've probably never heard of me. And I'd like to think I'm a good streamer. Okay, can I save you now? Where the hell are these stupid fairies? Oh, they're over here, aren't they? Hey! Stop being dicks. I'll save if you make him stop logging, okay? Okay. I'll forgive that foolish human. You don't want to cut trees, too, do you? Of course not. Go find him. I'll meet you there. Okay. Please remove this spell. You've cut trees that took hundreds of years to grow. Think twice before you do that again. But we need lumber! You've cut trees that took... I promise to protect nature from now on. Raise eyebrow. Yeah, that's another... While we're on this subject, how many of the games in the next 10 or so games that are on the list have you even heard of? We've got Wildermyth, Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought, Mark of the Ninja, Invisible Ink, Oxygen Not Included, Wargroove, Man-Eater, you've probably heard of Star Wars, Ruiner, Cthulhu Saves the World, Tinykin, and Kojin Sword of Rewind. Now, I don't know if any of those are good. That's what we'll be here to find out. I mean, if we're being completely honest with ourselves for a second, even Metroid is kind of niche. Something that admittedly frustrates me, but is still nevertheless true. That's true, Crazy Norse. Why is Metroid niche? You know, I don't actually know. Metroid Dread... Metroid is not an FPS. Metroid Dread is probably the first Metroid game that ever got really good backing and support from the developers and from Nintendo. And so as a direct consequence, is probably going to be the only one that allows Metroid to kind of break out of its niche category. Yay, money! No, we have a day-night cycle. It's even mattered already. I can look up a walkthrough for that, Savika. Yeah, exactly, Alchemist. Everybody knows what Zelda is. Zelda broke into popular consciousness, but F-Zero or Metroid, arguably even Pikmin. No, Spartan. I am on Kargath. It's weird, though, isn't it, Dr. Winter? I guess there's gradients of niche. Okay, Yep, that's what I thought we were at. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. Yeah, everybody knows about Mario. Yeah, Lunar. I've never played a Lunar game, Crazers. Now, I've heard of them. I am aware of the franchise. But I've never actually played one. Keep your guard up while you're in Bleak. It's full of thieves. Oh, geez, I don't know, Act. It varies. I mean, you know me. If I made a game right now and I sold, let's say 10,000 copies, I would honestly consider that a successful thing. But that's me by myself in my basement, so to speak, right? Even for a AAA title, however, if they get into the high 6-digit range, that is probably a successful game. For the ridiculous AAA games, they need to get into the 7-digit range. But as I've said many, 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 many times, game publishers have no idea what success actually looks like. I talked about that a lot during the Mega Man run-through. How they kept being like, oh, Mega Man is financially unsuccessful, and then I would pull out the sales figures and prove them wrong. I'm scared, honestly, Crazy Norse, because, I don't know, do you know how many old JRPGs are actually good? Yeah, Mega Man 11 is really successful, but no. It's not doing Monster Hunter levels of success, so it's not a success. Define good. Not this. No offense, Savicom. Yeah, the example of the we don't understand what sales figures are is Square Enix and Lara Croft. Because they have no idea what successful sales figures look like. I mean, the good news is that publishers are less needed than they have ever been right now. And don't mistake me, there is a point in a publisher still, which is why a lot of developers actually start using some of their money that they've made to help publish other games. But publishers as a whole have never been less relevant. Thank God for that. I mean, I stand by what I said. If I put out a game, let's do some quick envelope math. So let's say I take a year to put together a relatively simple choose-your-own-adventure style game with some graphics done by Evo. And we sell 10,000 copies. I'd probably sell it for about 20 bucks. So after some funding, hang on, so that's about 140,000 gross, or excuse me, net profit out of that for about a year's worth of effort. And if I split that evenly with my artist, that's still about 70 grand. That's honestly not too shabby. Well, it's interesting you say that, Robostall. That's a more complex question. So, I've looked into Square Enix as a company quite a few times for obvious reasons. And what I find most fascinating about Square Enix as a company is that they've never stopped sucking financially. I'm not even saying that to be mean, that's just a statement of fact. So for those of you not aware, Square Enix was not doing well in the PS1 to PS2 era. For a lot of reasons, but one of the biggest contributors that everyone likes to point to is the movie. So that was a financial black hole for their company. They never really recovered from that. They kept pushing out games, but it was getting more and more and more difficult for them to actually keep the lights on. Then they put out FF14. No, the original. And that bombed so hard and so fast and was so expensive after having built two in-house engines in order to make that happen, that they were actually in bankruptcy range. They were going to file for bankruptcy and sell off their assets, and Square Enix was going to stop existing as a company. Then ARR came out, and I say without hyperbole that Final Fantasy XIV has been keeping Square Enix alive ever since. Don't mistake me, they've had other financial successes since then. But the thing that is keeping Square Enix alive as a company is FF14. I've actually commented several times recently that that Square Enix is an anchor around the neck of FF14. Reminds me of the Vivendi situation. For those of you who are not familiar with it, back in the day, Blizzard sold out under a company called Vivendi. Vivendi was in bankruptcy and had massive debt. And then WoW came out. And then for several years, I don't remember how many years, I'd have to look up the statistics, but for years, WoW's profits were siphoned out of Blizzard into Vivendi's debt collectors. It wasn't until Cataclysm that WoW's money actually started going back into the game itself. And they could do things like update the engine and do some tech debt and blah, 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 blah. And to be clear, everything I'm talking about is financially, regardless of whether you like a game or not. That's not what I'm talking about. Truthfully, Crazy Norse, I'm not sure. But the problem is, if you're paying attention, the trend I'm trying to explain here is that Square Enix has been doing badly financially for years and has never actually gotten better from that point. They got a lifeline from FF14, but they never improved. They never did better, management-wise. They never evened out their accounting, you know what I mean? Instead, FF14 has just had a straw shoved into Square has had a straw shoved into FF14 for the last several years, going... And you can quote me on that. Yeah, they continue to have squirrels for brains. And I do think that Robostall is correct. I do think that several of the people in charge of Square just keep expecting... They keep expecting to be a bonkers publisher. If you don't know what I mean by that, look up how well Starfield sold. Look up how well Grand Theft Auto 5 sold. Look up how well God of War sold. Those are bonkers games. Those are games that shouldn't even be in consideration for other publishers. Nobody should be reaching for that. Nobody should say, that's my goal, because that's insanity. Also, you can't actually make that happen, right? Like we were just talking about earlier, that level of success is luck-based. You cannot just make a successful sale figure like that. But Square has been thinking for years that if they just do it just right, they'll finally be bonkers. They'll finally hit the bonkers level, and they never have. I'm not saying they never will, because it's luck. Even FF14 was luck, if we're being honest with ourselves. Yeah, exactly, Blake DeVille. Everybody wants to have the next GTA. And that's not how that works. And so Square has been throwing things at the wall, mostly money, for years trying to make something like that happen. And they have been failing over and over and over and over. If you ever wonder why things happen like the Square president being like, we're going to lean more on blockchain and AI, it's because, and this is true, the speculators and investors who own stock in Square have been getting more and more nervous that the company, which they were sold to as being a big-scale AAA company, consistently is proving itself to be more like a AA company, to use generic terms. And so they keep using all these big, flashy words that they know are buzzwords for investors in order to try and assure them, don't worry, we're definitely... Please don't sell your stock. Please don't sell your stock. Please don't tank our account. Okay, so first we're going to go to the inn. There is no shame in being a AA company. That's solution number... Well, okay, for solution number one is take a chainsaw and cut out all the old idiot dinosaurs who've been running the company for decades and have no idea what they're doing. Now, that's not going to happen. So option number two is accept not being a AAA company and focus on being a AA company. Stop burning through money on ideas and concepts that are intended to push the envelope and try to break into the next new great market, and just make good freaking games that sell well. Square already has a decent amount of marketing firepower behind them because they're Square. And yet, how many games came out over the last, let's say 2 years at this point, under Square, that you never heard of until someone pointed it out to you? Like, they have been just fumbling hard on the marketing side of things. Frankly, I think most people only heard of Forspoken because it was a bomb. Oh good, free lodging. Sweet! A string was attached to your pouch. You caught it just in time. I'm so sorry. Take this for your troubles. So this is why we had the pouch. If we didn't have the pouch, he would steal our money. Exactly, Melkor Blade. There are many things Square could be doing to be financially successful, and instead, they keep burning money on nothing, and on things that fail. Forspoken was not a cheap game to make, too. And that was a financial bomb. Weapon shop, weapon shop. There it is. I believe so, Savicon. I mean, not really act. I doubt it's going to get funded, to be totally honest with you, but I don't have anything, like, it's not veto territory. If you want to waste your money on it, go for it. Sorry, I'm making fun of myself, because that sounds harsh, right? You're just wasting your money on Avatar. But no, I have no objections to playing it. I haven't heard jack about it, other than that it was underwhelming. Okay, so we want a wool robe for her. And then we want a metal shield. I mean, if Avatar's legit, then Avatar's legit. It can't be worse than the movie. And yeah, I'm willing to stake my opinion on that one. Normally, if I have a contentious opinion, I keep it to myself, but screw the Avatar movies. Screw everything about them. Yeah, Avatar 2 is even more successful. Isn't that great? That's what I thought. No, I remember Crazy Norse. That was, of course, NES era, but still. Alright, let's talk to people now that we've save stated. It's a game for us. We steal things to see if we can get away with it. Watch your pouch. This village is full of thieves. If you have a problem, talk to the head of thieves. Who are the people that are hiding from us? Since the light key was taken from the light keep, the sky's been dark. Well, hi. I'll tell you a fortune for 200 GB. No. No, thank you. Damn it, Croatia! What's weird is I could explain Avatar's success. Not the level of success, but just the success in general. Because it makes sense. All you have to do is consider, and I don't mean this as an insult, the typical desire of a typical moviegoer who just wants to go and watch some pretty pictures for a couple hours. And let's be honest, that's Avatar. Good, bad, or in between, it is pretty. Whoops. Ah, damn you, Croatia. Why would you waste money on me? Don't you know I'm not a big AAA developer? I haven't made 10,000 viewers per stream. Yes, I have, J-Ball. When I was going through the Enterprise ruminations... Oh yeah, by the way, at this point of the game, we have to spend 65,000 gold on a golden bar. Now, if you're paying attention, about 50,000 gold is available from just doing the quests in this area. But... yeah, hope you were ready for that. Hope you had a walkthrough telling you that was coming, or you've played this game before and knew that was coming. Anyways. Oh, I totally fell for this my first time. I was just like, oh, okay. Guess I'll grind. The book reveals tricks... Wait, what? The book reveals tricks of master thieves. It's hidden in crypt. I've seen the old man in the Lightkeep talk to ghosts. Very odd. Karn could help you enter the safe in Aria, but he's in crypt now. You'll need the icicle to travel to the desert. I'll trade you a gold bar for it. There you go. We can now progress through the quest. I'm sorry. This is not great. This is not the best. We'll just jot down a note there and move on. Oh, yeah, no. That is only one negative, because they give us a lot of gold for this sequence of the game. If that wasn't there, if you couldn't get all the money for, like, saving the boy from the ferry, or, you know, doing the little side quests in town, like having the pouch, that... Keep in mind, if you didn't buy the pouch, and then you stayed at the inn, he steals all your money. So keep that in mind, too. Honestly, we're more negative than I thought we'd be so far, Crazy Horse. I'm listening for positives, if you have any. Yeah, then we have to go through Winland, because this is Winland. The controls are functional. That's true. Double check to make sure I haven't missed anything. The walkthrough I'm staring at says you should be level 19 right now. We're level 15. Let's see how we do this. I have given a plus for the visuals. In fact, I've given several. It's a decent looking game, honestly. How's the story? I mean, it's there. This is on the SNES, Jay Palmer. I want to like the music more than I do. Especially since this is pretty much the Mega Man 3 team. And I love Mega Man 3 soundtrack. But the problem is, I'm not a good liar. I just don't like this sound font. And I think this sound font absolutely just destroys the quality of the songs. You know what I mean? There's some decent music here, legitimately. But yeah, the loop, most of the musics are too short, so they loop too quickly. And the sound font just brings them down. So sound font refers to the instruments, Savicom. Pretty much every NES and SNES game had a sound font of some type or another. Let's see if this works. Hey. Like, okay, I can actually demonstrate this. Let me save state really quick. So listen to this music. So we've got kind of an electronic piano kind of a vibe over there doing the da-da-da-da. We've got a standard piano, kind of like a harpsichord, and then a really synthetic sounding strings on the right. And over there we have some horns in the background, okay? One moment. This is low-hanging fruit, but whatever. You can probably already tell the difference in quality of the instruments. And this is only one instrument so far. Now, hang on. Because what I want you to hear is the piano. Hear the difference in that piano versus what we were just hearing just now in BOF 1. They're both pianos. The way the SNES did music is you'd have a sound sample, and then you'd have what is effectively a layer of sheet music, which would have loop points within it. And so the game is actually playing the music live on the fly. There's nothing pre-recorded. So, you know, play this sound here, play this sound here, play this sound here. It's very similar to MIDI, although not actually identical to it. But then listen to that strings. Harp. There'll also be a horn here in a second. This is why I picked this specifically, because it has almost all the same instruments we were just listening to. There's the horn picking up in the background. And then up front. Now, this isn't quite fair, but at the same time, let's acknowledge reality for a second. The game we just showed came out in North America in October 11th, 1994, okay? Breath of Fire came out in North America in August 10th, 1994. Now, I know BOF came out originally in 93. I understand that. But think about that from perspective of being in the States, and, you know, it's approaching fall or Christmas, and you've got Breath of Fire, and you've got FF3, and you have to pick between these two. Because they came out a couple months apart from each other. Having said that, it is unfair in several ways, because this was back when Square was absolutely at the top of their game. So something that might be a little bit more fair of a comparison is immediate difference in the horns, and here's the strings. Yeah. This is something you could do, and did do, with early SNES hardware. In fact, actually, if I can make my point really quickly here. Give me a second. I mean, I could just play this song, because it's the best song in the game. Nice percussion beat. Strong strings in the left background. Primary tune carried by the horns. Listen to that. Listen to that. I mean, yeah, this is Koji Kondo in his prime. to be blunt. Man was just rocking it in this era. Yes, it did. Thank you very, very much, Croatia. Always appreciate. Thank you. Can I not go in the door? Oh, right. I'm at this part of the game. Well, shoot. I was trying to play a specific song for you, and I forgot about that. I don't remember if this is the same song. Nope. Listen, at one of these points in time, we'll play Both 1, I swear. Let me in! Let me in! Okay. I've made my point. And that's why I think I have given a single music positive to Both 1, which I stand behind. But just listen to the difference. You know? By the way, Happy New Year's, Croatia. I hope you have a good one. And Happy New Year's, Rama. That's going towards Gothic 1, Colony Ship, and Mass Effect Andromeda. Gothic. Now, there's a weird one. I'd like to say that Gothic is a niche game, but it seems to be like the most well-heard-of niche game, right? Like, everybody I know knows about Gothic. I know about Gothic, and I've never even played it. Oof. Games I'm looking forward to in 2024. That's not me. I didn't do that, prisoners. You guys do that. I never do that. Let's see where we're going. Is Space Marine 2 this year? Then yeah, that would qualify as a game I'm looking forward to. But yeah, you guys probably know this about me. I usually don't pay attention to new releases. Because, you know, I care about what I'm going to stream. And I rarely stream a game when it comes out. So yeah, what's coming out? it's my question to you. What's scheduled for the coming year? So we got Space Marine 2. I am looking forward to War Within. If nothing else, and I talked about this yesterday, War Within has to prove whether or not WoW is back or not, put simply. Dragonflight is very good. Like, it is a very good expansion. But if the next expansion is bad, then they're going to lose all of that goodwill, right? So they need to stick the landing. Hang on, I should check the walkthrough. Nope, yep, that's right, we're about to fight a boss fight. Oh yeah, Skull and Bones is coming out. Yeah, I guess they got tired of bilking Singapore for money. Oh yeah, Princess Peach Showtime is coming out. The Thousand Year Door remake is coming out. I knew about that one. Yeah, no kidding, Blaze the Sage. Homeworld 3 is apparently this year. That'll be interesting. That's another we'll see for me. I didn't like Homeworld 2, but I did like Deserts of Karak. So that'll be a whole. We'll see how you land that one. Oh God, I hope not, Jay Palmer. Oh yeah, Star Wars Outlaws, a game I am unapologetically excited for. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for Homeworld 3, to be very honest with you. Sorry, Savacom, we have to play the game you paid for! Oh, yeah, Aedan Chronicles, that's another one. This is Arad. I looked for the moving town, but I couldn't find it. It was right there. The mayor has the fife. You can use it to make a bridge appear over the quicksand of crypt. Okay. Yes, that's the one, Vancini. Have you heard about the town that moves around in the desert? I saw it on the way here. Oh, apparently Dragon's Dogma 2 is this year, so we'll be getting Breath of Fire 7 this year. Or, excuse me, 8. I heard the Thief of Crypt stole a rare weapon and hid it. I have a craving for nuts, but they don't grow on palm trees. I was actually one of the backers of Aedan Chronicles, so I will get to see how good or bad that is at some point. The giant sandworm appears with every new moon. I'll give you the fife if you destroy it. Let's do it. Probably not at all, Mr. Red. If anything, Warhammer. Like Warhammer Fantasy probably inspired modern fantasy. Good question, Crazy Norse. Yep, that's what I think of when I think sandworm. A bunch of landmines strung together. And yeah, Warhammer itself drew from all kinds of things. I was talking about that during Total War Warhammer 3's run. Thunder, right? Yep. So, dragon form. So you burn a turn transforming. And it changes your stats and your element and all kinds of other fun stuff. And then Noel shows up and says, I hate you, Lore. You're not my real dad. I say, you're right. Crazy Norse is your real dad. So, yeah, in case you missed that, the dragon form hit for 130. For reference, my spell I can use like 4 times hits for 60. Thank you, Noel. Always appreciate the sub. Is it? I thought Frost was his best. I could try Fry instead, see if it's any better. If you want to put that sub towards up to 3 things, Noel, please let me know. Oh, hang on. Just about to bring my controller back up. So, I do actually have thoughts about the Steamboat Willie thing. But they're kind of, is that a new one, Jay Palmer? PSP. Well, hang on. See how much it is on Amazon. We'll look it up right now. $40, huh? Let me make sure I can actually get a extremely legal copy of it. Because PSP games are hit or miss for me being able to procure them. I also don't have a PSP. Oh, I do, okay. I can make that work. The Steamboat Willie thing, all I really have to say about Steamboat Willie thing is that I am a little bit surprised that Disney has yet to successfully fight that back. But the way in which they are currently fighting it back makes perfect sense to me. Have you noticed how they actually made an announcement about it? How, oh yeah, Steamboat Willie is totally, is totally open source. But you know what isn't? Mickey Mouse or anything related to Disney products. Because screw you. And yeah, also Disney's bots are still doing the things that they do. Because of course they are. Skies of Deception. I'm just going to put Ace Combat X. We're just going to call it Ace Combat X and save us on the text time. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Always appreciate. Okay. Disney Pot needs to die. Okay. We just need to kill all the bots. That's just... so we're gonna try Fry. Let's see what happens. I should probably heal, actually, with her. Thoughts on the dragon form? I don't know. On the one hand, it's kind of a... That was more damage. You were right. You were right, Blaze the Sage. Thank you. Although, now I'm out of mana. Because, of course, I am. I don't know. It's kind of weird, because I'm not against the idea of dragon forms. But if we're being honest with ourselves for a moment, they're fairly simple when it comes to pure gameplay. Most of the benefit of the dragon forms, in my experience, is either specific bosses, like this one, where we're effectively doubling our damage output, or viscerality. And on that front, I think they succeed quite a bit. Being able to look cool and feel cool is a very important aspect of a game like this, especially since the Breath of Fire series leans a lot into, you know, looking cool and feeling cool. I noticed that attack up does not increase the damage of being a dragon. I was actually curious of that one. Reminds me... Yeah, I was gonna say, in BoF 2, we're probably not gonna give dragons a plus, because in BoF 2, dragons kinda suck. And then in BoF 3, dragons require a walkthrough. Which is just... I remember being so underwhelmed with dragons in BoF 3. It was like, wait, what? Because I didn't know what I was doing. Because of course I didn't. So, you know how I could turn into, like, a specific dragon? And, like, attack with attacks specific to that dragon? Well, in BoF 3, you have to come up with combinations. Like, there's no turn into a thunder dragon. It's more like, use this ability, and then this ability, and then this ability, and that gives you this combination. And if you don't know what you're doing, you get junk. Like I did all the time. Until I finally just stopped using dragons because I didn't know what I was doing, and it was frustrating. Now, if you do know what you're doing, you can get the good dragons, and lo and behold, they're actually worthwhile. But that's just the entire Breath of Fire series in a nutshell, isn't it? Hope you brought a walkthrough. Thank you very much. Please take the fife as a gift of my gratitude. The fife is in the treasure box. Thank you. You take fife, as opposed to life. The fife is in the treasure box. This is Woodland. Good morning, Loke. Sorry. I was just thinking, if I ever need to prove that I'm an alien to you guys, all I need to do is think that I just don't understand pets at all. Like, you're talking about cats versus dogs, and I'm just sitting here thinking, why would you want that extra burden? It makes no sense! BoF 3 also has the Master System, which is also extremely walkthroughitis. It has been argued we will probably go ahead and give 3 negatives just for the Master System. And that's probably going to happen. Now, it'll also be positives, but... Ugh. Scintillating dialogue. Oh, it'll definitely be positives. It is a great way to customize your build and your characters. If you know what you're doing. There's a lot of that in the Breath of Fire series. ... If you know what you're doing. Okay. Listen, I would never play this on an emulator. Ever, 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 ever. This is definitely a very legal copy. I actually thought about just playing it on the Switch. But, because I can do that, right? But honestly, I decided to play here, A, for a bit of ease of streaming, and B, because if I need to cheat, it's a lot easier to cheat when you have, you know, access to things like cheats. It is on the Switch. It is on the Switch. No, 1 and 2 are both on the Switch. Because the Switch version comes with save states and rewind, which is a great feature. It does not come with the ability to inject code into the memory. Oh, God. So, yeah, BoF 1, in case you haven't heard me say this already, was translated by Ted Woolsey in, like, 2 weeks. Which says everything you need to about it, honestly. BoF 2, they don't have any excuses, from what I understand. BoF 2 arguably has a worse translation, too. Because in BoF 1, as is typical for Woolsey, you can generally understand what's going on in the story and the plot. Because even though his translations tend to be rushed and hurried and, you know, a little nonsensical, they nevertheless usually are functional. BoF 2? I know several people who miss entire plot points in BoF 2 because it doesn't do a particularly good job of presenting them because of the translation. Why can't I enter the tone? No, Gum Gum. That is a joke question, though. Oh, that's not the tomb. Oh, okay. Thank you, Blaze. The worst translation I've seen in a game? Oh, yes, all of them are, Crazy Norse. Look up how much time he had for FF6 someday. Yeah, you can tell this is only my 3rd playthrough. I know decently what I'm doing, but there's times where I get lost. In fact, I've gotten lost 3 times now, counting just now. Yeah, I was going to say, Secret of the Stars has a pretty bad translation, but no, I'm sure there's still even worse than that. The problem is, I would have to really plumb the depths of my memory to come up with the actual worst translation. Because there are some games that are so badly translated as to be complete nonsense. So, rather than plumb the depths of my memory to come up with some random game you've never even heard of, Final Fantasy VII is my answer to that question. And I know that's going to raise some hackles, and I don't care. FF7's translation is legendarily bad. In ways that I think most people don't even really properly process. One of the strongest memories I have of when I was going through the FF7 review, stream, the marathon, the original marathon, was how many times I would say, hey, such and such is going on during FF7, and people's response would be, really? Like, so many people that were watching that stream had not processed what was going on in that game because of its terrible, terrible localization. They should have stuck with Woolsey, to be perfectly blunt. Fun fact, by the way, if you ever want to look into it, the mess that was FF7's localization into the West it was a mess, to summarize. It was terrible. They very, very clearly were just trying to make a quick buck. I don't know. I know he's been giving interviews a lot, because a lot of people have been like, hey, how did localization on such and such a game go? He gives some fascinating interviews. I recommend them. Let's just keep fighting. FF7 will probably be a triple negative localization game. I don't know if it'll go above 3, but it'll. I think 3 is the floor for that. But yes, most Dragon Quest games from 4DS and onwards, so actually from 8 and onwards, will get multiple positives for localization. That's appropriate, though, isn't it? Like, Dragon Quest VIII came out PS2, right? Right about the time Final Fantasy XII came out. Significance? FF12 was the first game that Square really threw their weight into localizing. It was the first one they really sat down and said, yeah, okay, let's actually localize this game. So it makes a bit of sense that they did the same general thing for Dragon Quest VIII. And lo and behold, both games sold quite well here in the States. Go figure. I'm sorry, what? Pillars of Snow? Oh, you're probably referring to the slightly, barely changed, slightly touched up translation that came out. As of, I believe, the PC version was the first time they touched that up a bit. And yes, that'd probably still be triple negatives. Like, they fixed This Guy Are Sick, and that's kind of it. And like a couple of other things that were more popularly known. But by the time you get to Act 3 of that game, it still just is gibberish. Straight up gibberish. Well, the first thing they'd do is they'd erase it from existence, Gum Gum. And then they'd move on. This is probably worth it. Yeah, honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, they should have just kept This Guy Are Sick. We were talking about that for FF7R1. Well, that's good to know, Gum Gum. That chaos is gone and can't manipulate anybody anymore. Yeah, I was going to say, every translation has kept Spoony barred. Lord of the Rings is pretty low tier, J. Palmer. So I should mention random, and this is a spoiler, but at this point I don't think I care anymore. I don't think anybody cares. So, spoilers for FF7R1 in 3, 2, 1. Final Fantasy VII Remake is not a remake. It is a sequel. So, if you want to enjoy FF7, then you should probably go ahead and play FF7. That's an interesting question, Noel. What do you mean? Is that a good or bad thing? That depends on who you ask. Yeah, and admittedly, it's not done yet. So, ask again in like 5 or 6 years when FF7R3 is out. And then we'll go ahead and be able to say how good, bad, or in between that is. They got a lot of negative feedback about FF7R1 not being a remake. and whether they listen to it or not is up to them. I've said this before and I'll say this again. You need to not listen to your audience too much. But you also need to not listen to your audience too little. So, we'll see. Ah, gotcha. Well, that I don't know, Noel, because the parts of the game that are terribly translated and localized in FF7, we haven't reached yet. Well, we probably won't until FF7 R3. Yeah, the fact that they called it Final Fantasy VII Remake irritates me. I will admit that. It already irritates me how many people misuse the terms remake, remaster, and reimagining, when all three of those mean different freaking things. Like, what was it? There was some game recently that came out that was like such and such remaster, and it was actually a full remake. And then there was another game that was like such and such remake, and it was just a remaster. Actually, remake to remaster is pretty common. There's a reason I usually just use R. I just call it FF7 R. Or I call it SMRPG R. It's a much, much simpler way to get it across because... God dang it. Yeah, then there's Super Mario 64 DS, which is a proper remake, but sounds like a port, which is even below everything we've been talking about. God dang it! But yeah, I'm very curious what FF7 R2 is going to do. Because it's either going to adhere to the games more, or it's going to adhere to the games less. We'll see. Last of Us has only ever really been ported, to be blunt. I wouldn't say any given Last of Us game even qualifies for remaster territory. I mean, I'm also convinced that Blaze the same, so I'm with you. Hey, for a waifu. You know, for a waifu, that's a good point. I did listen to my viewers too much, and now I'm playing Breath of Fire 1. What have I done? Oh god, what have I done? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. How could you do this to me, Samicom? You were the chosen one. So SMRPG-R, that's actually a tough one, and a lot of people have been disagreeing about that. I personally qualify SMRPG-R as a remaster. Now, it is a damned good remaster. Let's be clear about that. In fact, I highly recommend picking it up. In fact, I've already bought it. But I still don't think it actually qualifies as remake territory. Having said that, it's really close to being an in-between. Yeah, I agree with Blade12. It's right in the middle of remake and remaster. And the only reason I even care about qualifying that is because I had to decide if I was going to allow it for a possible review. I decided no, consequently. Yeah, I try not to get into arguments about that because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's still a damn good game, and I still highly recommend it. But like I said, for the purposes of the show, we're going to call it a remaster. Bo's dead. As it should be. The extant has type 1 time travel. Okay. Because of course it does. Everything I've ever written that has time travel is Type 1 time travel. Yeah, exactly, Blade Jamal. I mean, the review would change a little bit. And it would. It would be, like, the graphics would rate higher. The music toggle by itself would be an additional positive. The new triple tech thing would be a positive. A couple of quality of life features would be better. The story axis I don't think would change at all, because to my knowledge it is identical. And there is a new post game where you can fight a bunch of post bosses, which, sure. But that's kind of it. I believe so, Dr. Winter, yes. But I don't know. Yeah, so that reminds me. How many of you know that I really like Call of Duty Modern Warfare? How many of you know that I really, really like Modern Warfare 2? How many of you know that I absolutely freaking hate Modern Warfare 3? I'm going somewhere with this. So... So when they started doing the reason Modern Warfare 3 sucks so badly is because, I mean, there's actually several reasons, but the biggest one is they pretty much ejected the team that made Modern Warfare 1 and 2 and made it with a different team. And by God, it shows. It's also a garbage game, but that's neither here nor there. So they came out with Modern Warfare 1 Remake. You know, Modern Warfare 1 R. So I played that on stream, and I was shocked at how good it was. I was expecting a quick cash grab or something that had no idea what made the original good, and yet what I found was a reimagining, you know, that was legit, and I was like, damn! And then there's Modern Warfare 2 R, which is, by all accounts, really good. Awesome, cool. Modern Warfare 3 R came out last year. They had this one chance to fix history. They could have fixed it. They could have fixed it. And what's funny is, to my knowledge, and I haven't looked into this in depth, so don't quote me on this, but to my knowledge, they don't have the same excuse they did last time of having fired the developers that made the great game. Instead, it's just the same devs who made crap. Again. I'm sure there's some behind-the-scenes reason why Modern Warfare 3 R sucks. I don't know what those reasons are. It would be funny if Space Wizard Makarov was the reason. Damn shame. Modern Warfare 3, I won't say Modern Warfare 3 is vetoed, but if you remember, last year we actually finally did a review of Modern Warfare 1 and 2. They both scored extremely well. If not for the fact that last year was a crazy year for reviews, they probably would have been, like, top 5 material. But several people asked during the review, why aren't we reviewing Modern Warfare 3 at the same time? And my answer was very simple. I didn't really think it was worth the time and effort to bother. Having said that, it is not vetoed. If you really want me to review that garbage piece of trash, well, you know how to make that work. Damn it, Bragman. It'd be appropriate, though. God, I hate that game so much. Yeah, Modern Warfare 3 is the nemesis of the Call of Duty series. That's pretty much my thing, right? We'll stream garbage games for money. Not that I'm implying Breath of Fire 1 is garbage. Please don't kill me, Savacom. Listen, there's a nuke. I want to seduce the nuke. You can't roll to seduce a nuke. Oh, yeah? Let me roll. That's right. Nat 20. What are you going to do now? Okay. You approach the nuke. Jazz music starts playing in the background. You slowly, scintillatingly run your finger along the panel. Accidentally hit the wrong button and it explodes. Those 0.05 seconds before you were atomized into vapor. Bliss. We actually, me and my friend Gary played Modern Warfare 3, not R, the original, as multiplayer quite a bit. And then we quit. Now, I know I've said this before, but can anyone guess why we quit? If you haven't heard me give the reason before. Apparently Jay Palmer has heard me give the reason, because, yeah, no. The aimbotting was terrible in Modern Warfare 3's multiplayer. Like, they've always had some degree of bots and cheaters in multiplayer in those kind of games, but Modern Warfare 3, it was getting to the point where we couldn't get a match where there wasn't at least one person who wasn't aimbotting. Hey, Yura. What do you think of the visuals of this game, Yura? Because I know you're big on visuals. I have no idea, Blade to Paul. Speaking as someone who is very pro-cheating in games, and I am, I absolutely think cheats should be built in. I absolutely think that you should be able to, you know, have, like, the option to just easy mode it, or just destroy a boss and toggle the cheats on and then toggle the cheats off. Like, I'm very pro that. I tend to give games positives for built-in cheats or for built-in console commands. But having said that, cheating in a multiplayer versus competitive game like that makes absolutely no sense to me at all. Especially when it directly intervenes with the gameplay of the game. It is the equivalent, and this is not a joke, of putting the controller down and then winning because you're no longer playing the game. Why bother? What's the freaking point of that? Yeah, it literally defeats the purpose of it. Now, I know what the purpose is. Bregwin is correct. The purpose, the reason people do that, is because they want to cause grief to other people, hence the term griefers. And because they want to look cool, they want to boost their non-existent ego because their dicks are too tiny. Thing is, that's still alien to me. That's like saying, it's Elor. The reason they do that is because they absolutely love taking pricks, like needles from a cactus, and shoving them into their eyes as hard as I can. It doesn't matter how true it is, it still doesn't make sense to me. God, I hate this dungeon so much. Fun fact, this is actually one of the first really good grind spots in the game. So, yay for the encounter rate being through the roof in here. You remember in BoF 2, we had a whole discussion about the 3 different encounter rates in the game? There was, like, not many encounters, lots of encounters, and then every couple of steps encounters. It's called a mage, J. Palmer. I don't know what it is, but that's what its name is. I mean, that's exactly why Mobage, excuse me, is so popular, Blaze the Sage, and makes so much money. Someone sent me a graphic today. You want to be depressed? Anybody here want to be depressed really quick? Would anyone like depression? Give me a minute. Have you even heard this song this far? I'm not really joking. What I'm about to show you legitimately depresses me. So I apologize for this. But I did ask. So, I don't think this really needs explanation. But in case you'd like some explanation here. The teal at the bottom is how much money consoles have made every year for the last 50 years. Purple is arcade. Light blue is PC, handheld is gray, mobile is red. That's honestly disgusting. That is depressing to look at. Mobile making money doesn't really bother me. I've said that before. It's the same reason Avatar making money doesn't actually bother me. But mobile making, oh, what is that? About 1.5 times what everything else is making combined. That's disgusting. And that's almost universally Mobage, too. There are good mobile games. Good luck finding them. Yeah, the fact that VR is on there at all is kind of funny to me. Yeah, no, that's another depressing factoid, Blaze the Sage. People burn money on garbage. That's always been true. But it never really stops bothering me. Boss time. Stop right there. Stop right there, criminal scum. Another intruder slipped past me, but you're not so lucky. Actually, yeah, fun fact. Some of you are probably aware of the fact that there's this system, which I don't remember what it's called, in Twitch. And it's like, if you stream a certain game, then you get like a bounty for it or something like that. And so you can make money by streaming specific games. All of them were mobile games when I went to check that. This is just like a month ago. So, no. Okay. I don't think Raid Shadow Legends was on the list. I think we're well past that at this point. That's another thing. Almost every Mobage game which makes money is either endures far longer than it should, you know, like the ones you've never even heard of, or dies immediately, like months into it. Galaxy Heroes wasn't on there. Again, this was just a month ago. So, I guarantee you most of you have never even heard of most of the ones that they were listing. I don't even remember the names of them, honestly. I'd have to go look again, see what there was. Oh, absolutely, Unduty. Yeah. Can anyone in chat, this is a real question. Can anyone in chat think of a single mobile game you would want me to stream? There's probably like one or two. But let's make this a challenge run. Can we come up with anything? Pokemon Go. That would be interesting. No. Stardew Valley isn't a mobile game, though. So... Genshin Impact. Now that's a mobile game. Jet Effect 2, Honkai Star Rails, or Honkai Third Impact. Haven't heard of any of those. If it's a port to mobile, it doesn't count. If it's a port from mobile, it can count. Like, for example, if you wanted me to stream Mega Man X Dive, that's still a mobile game. Or Mobile game, excuse me. I don't want to give it too much credit. Fallout Shelter is probably one of the only mobile games I have ever played and derived any kind of enjoyment from. Make of that what you will. Chaos Gate Demon Hunter by mobile developers. Yeah, some of you probably remember this. I imagine most of you don't, though, and that's fine. Back in the day, and I mean like 10 or so years ago when mobile games were first getting started, when they weren't nearly as bad as they are now, I used to get blasted by my audience for being anti-mobile game. I was called, short-sighted, and people said that I was just hating on something new because I was old and stuck in the past and I was a dinosaur. And people constantly hammered me for that. I never really changed my mind on it, but I did always... That's actually why we call it mobile and mobage, by that's where that comes from, is to distinguish between a mobile game that's a real game and mobile garbage. I never really changed my mind on that, and if you can derive legitimate enjoyment from a mobile game, that's good. I'm happy about that. But no! I would legitimately rather stream Ride to Hell Retribution again than stream a mobile game, even if it's a good one. Fun fact, mobile games are universally banned. They're on the forbidden list. Oh god, Plants vs. Zombies pisses me off. Has anybody heard me rant about Plants vs. Zombies? Let me rephrase that question. Has anybody not heard me rant about Plants vs. Zombies? God, screw those games so hard. So, Plants vs. Zombies is a really good tower defense game, right? Really. I would, under normal circumstances, highly recommend it. By the way, the bosses started doing spam AoEs, so that's cool. Plants vs. Zombies 2 was an even better one. More complexity, more combos you can do with your plants, better overall stage layout, much better gimmicks, better boss design. It was just a better game down the, just top to bottom. So I played the hell out of Plants vs. Zombies 1. Crushed it, did all the achievements and all the side stuff. And then I played Plants vs. Zombies 2. And I enjoyed the hell out of that, too. But something interesting happened, and this is kind of dating me a little bit here. Because I ran into a weird problem. So, for those of you who don't remember, back in the day, Plants vs. Zombies 2, when it came out, didn't actually have the whole game in yet. It was like the first, I want to say, 4 worlds, and then it just stopped, and it was like, there will eventually be more worlds, and that was it. That's how long ago this was, for a bit of perspective. So I played through it, and I played through it, and I played through it. Then, they added microtransactions to Plants vs. Zombies 2. Didn't have it originally. Didn't have it at launch. It's okay. They added new worlds. And I'm like, okay, cool. I can just ignore the microtransactions. So all of this probably sounds banal nowadays because we've gotten so much worse when it comes to microtransaction design. But what they ended up doing was they made a thing where you would buy a random bag of seeds. Each seed would give you one experience for a particular type of plant. You get X amount of experience for that plant, you can level up that plant, improving its stats. Okay, that's cool. The thing is, they nerfed every single plant in the game into the ground. When you leveled them up, you would level them up eventually to level 10, which was right about at the level that they were before the microtransactions were added. So in rough mathematical terms, every single plant that you had was roughly 1/10 of the output that it was prior to the microtransactions being added. Now, in addition to the obvious predatory bullcrap with that whole system, it made the game almost unplayable. Entire strategies and methods of playing the game suddenly wouldn't work because the plants were so much worse that they couldn't keep up. You ran into a gear wall, effectively. So I never actually kept going through that game because I physically couldn't. I never went back and replayed it because every time I tried, I physically couldn't. I was so pissed about this that I went back to Plants vs. Zombies 1, a game I purchased and owned, which naturally is why they added ads into the game. So I couldn't play PvZ 1 without watching ads all the time. Like when you start it up, when you fire up a mission, and in between every level. So screw Plants vs. Zombies. What am I going to do? I can't swim. You can fly, can't you? You're probably skinny enough to get through those bars. Oh yeah, PopCap went downhill very, very, very quickly. And I don't think they even technically exist anymore as a separate company. Search the area. There may be a way out. There's a... This trap is too simple. It would only catch a fool. Thanks, Karn. Karn, I almost drowned looking for you. What's going on? Someone is trapped in the safe in Aurea. Can you open it? I can open anything if you bring me the book from the tomb. Okay, but why don't you come with us? You guys go ahead. I'll wait here. Come on, don't wimp out. Okay, okay. I'll take care of any locked doors we find. Karn finally joins the party. So, yeah. We now have the ability to do a lot of things, because Karn is kind of a game changer. Four in the front row, I believe, Jake Palmer. So now we're going to go loot everything we've been avoiding this whole stage. No, I do not, Gum Gum. I mean, I stand by it, especially replaying Both 1. The Dragon's Dogma bones are very obvious here. Anyways, does that answer you, Crazy Norse? Because they're either locked or trapped. But having Karn, well, we're cool. Yeah, there's 8 total. We still have to get Gobi, and the other ones nobody remembers. Oh, my back. Okay, Just the dungeon design, the boss design, the progression of events, the storytelling in general in Dragon's Dogma is very Breath of Fire. Why would you use Mogu in battle? Why? Like, Karn, once you start combining him, is objectively one of the best party members in the game. Nina's pretty much mandatory, and Ryu is actually mandatory. So... You can only have 4 in combat at once, but you can have 8 total party members, which is a problem we talked about recently. Can you stop killing Nina, please? A setting you made that doesn't feel unique or stands out. Okay, let me skip that question, immediately go to your second question. No, you shouldn't worry about that. One of the most common bits of feedback that people tend to give when it comes to you sharing an idea is, oh, so it's like such and such. That's just human nature. Don't take that too seriously and don't get too worried about it. One of the worst things you could possibly do is be like, hey, I'd like to do, I don't remember either, Crazy Horse. I'd like to do such and such, and someone's like, oh, so it's like such and such else. And then immediately to change your mind and try to distinguish your thing from such and such else. Don't do that. That's a trap. That's a very common creative trap. Don't fall into that. Sure, I'll take that. So yeah, I'm glad you got your PC back, Mr. Ed. At least I hope you did. Oh, we got one. Oh my god, Bo's dead. Yeah, Bo's just like, I got this on the chin! Ugh. And then he died. I don't know, I need to figure out what the hell's going on with Bo, because yeah, he's been getting way too much damage lately. I thought I changed around his gear, but... How could you go without coffee for days? Like, how is that physically possible, Sabacom? I mean, does anybody really like Bo, honestly? Yeah, that was a decent chunk. We got more because Bo was dead, too. So that's nice. Okay, so hold up. Crap. Well, I don't remember what Renew does. I'll have to look that up in a minute. He does have the wolf hat on. No wonder. We need to fix that when we get back to town. But for now, let's just leave him dead. Nobody likes Bo anyways. Look on the bright side, Gum Gum. I want you to imagine for a moment that you're working on one of your settings. And you explain it to your mother. And you're really excited about finally sharing your setting with your mother. And she looks at you and she interrupts you and says that you're boring her, please shut up. I've never actually forgiven her for that. Maybe that's petty, but I never have, and I honestly don't think I ever will. I actually, you guys probably didn't notice this, of course, but I had been doing... here we are, coffin level. I had been doing quite a few extant-related things on the show, and then I just sort of stopped rather suddenly. That's why. It took me a while to regain any of my actual confidence in sharing about the extant because of that. Oh, she'll never apologize, Act. No, this is 2 years ago now? Year and a half? Something like that. Oh, my sister is not fond of my mother at all. Like, less than I am. And that's saying something. Hey, Matt Skinned. Look, Bo's fine. He's just, he needs a nap, you know? And him being dead gets the rest of my party members I actually care about more experience, so... Karn definitely needs to catch up here. So, fun fact, you're probably wondering, which coffin is it? It's always the last coffin you check. So it doesn't actually matter the order you do them in. Oh yeah, Mom still texts me every day, and I still text her back. I didn't go to her birthday, even though she invited and offered to pay for the ticket. And I don't really plan to go visit her ever again, but I'll still text with her. No, Act. For almost the same reason, really. Yes to both, Lord Aramon. I'm just lucky that I have a real family, to be completely honest with you. I don't want to sound complainy. Lots and lots and lots of people have a crummy family. That's not really uncommon. So I'm just grateful I have a real one. No pets, though. I noticed last year, a lot of people started using the phrase found family. I think someone somewhere took my idea of chosen family and just decided to put their own spin on it. And it became popular. Hey, it was in the last one. Yay. Since you figure out the trap, you already have great skills. Karn gains confidence. So what's the mod change, Crazy Norse? Other than the localization. I did it. I'm the greatest. Save it, Karn. We gotta get back to Aurea. Okay, I just want to have my moment of triumph. I was actually talking to a friend of mine about this recently. Because some people think I hold, you know, ire or, like, you know, want any kind of revenge against my family. And the answer is no. I don't really hold any ill will towards them. I just don't want to have anything to do with them. There's a distinction. Yeah, I got other stuff to do. You know? Well, you go look it up, Crazy Norse. Listen, I'm not building a Death Star first. First, I have to get my Dyson shell going. I did actually do a playthrough on stream of the retranslation mod of 2. That was a good one. I don't think it did anything gameplay-wise, but it made the story a lot more presentable. Fun fact, we will not be playing that version when we go through that. So, BoF 2's story might not score super well. We'll see. Oh yeah, there's, wait, hang on, sorry, I misread that, Lord Haramont. Other than, like, the really stupid ships and the Death Star... Don't do it, Crazy Norse! To my knowledge, no. None of, like, the classic, you know, classic sci-fi, 50s sci-fi, megastructures exist in Star Wars. Now, they have ridiculous tech structures in Star Wars, like Farpoint Station, which is stupid. Or whatever that stupid thing was called in Force Awakens, which is stupid. A little low on supplies here. Oh, was it Centerpoint Station? Sorry, Centerpoint Station. Star Killer, that was the name of that stupid thing. So dumb. Like, Star Wars has so many super weapons. Oh, I don't even want to. I'm just gonna mentally nope out of that conversation. There's no super weapons. There's nothing. No, Starkiller Base was from Force Awakens. Starkiller Base was a desire to make a Death Star, but bigger. Metaphorically, but also literally. I hope everyone's looking forward to our Star Wars, when we probably won't have any super weapons, with the possible exception of the Death Star. That's still something that's being debated. The thing about the Death Star, it's such a unique thing, because it's still dumb, right? It's still stupid. But yeah, it's extremely iconic. And kind of central to the overall, like several thematic cores of that particular era. One of the debates we'll have to have is who actually authorizes and puts forward the construction of the Death Star. I know what you're thinking, wasn't it Palpatine? Not necessarily. The way we've already kind of structured Palpatine himself, he might not go that kind of a route. I was thinking Tarkin too. Putting Tarkin as, like, the guy pushing for the giant death weapon that blows up planets just tracks, right? And yes, we are fixing up the timeline. We've actually shrunk it by a tremendous amount. Yes, in the original A New Hope, if better way to phrase this, if you look at A New Hope and ignore the rest of Star Wars, Vader is some low-level, you know, enforcer. who happens to be a turncoat from the Jedi to the Galactic Empire. And Tarkin is the one actually in charge there. In fact, when I say Tarkin's in charge, he's actually above the Emperor. The Emperor's just a figurehead in the original Star Wars. Obviously, that was changed around, but you get my point. Well, we did just get a life. Actually, yes, Act. Pretty much exactly like that. Lucas himself admitted that he was being inspired by the idea of, I can't remember his name, but the head of Germany who was just a puppet under Hitler. But, and like, so like the head of Germany was Palpatine and Hitler was Tarkin. But how much of that is valid is up to you. He absolutely was not Magister. We know with absolute certainty that Vader and Anakin were merged into one character during the creation of Empire. Interesting idea, Lord Paramount. But this is my life, Crazy Norse. Oh God, no! I don't remember his name, Master. You probably know who I'm talking about. Anakin, I'm pretty sure Anakin is mentioned in A New Hope. Almost positive. Like, they mention Luke's father all the time in A New Hope. It's a major plot point. That's a major character point. It's one of the reasons why the big reveal in Empire hits so badly, is because Luke deliberately has centered so much of his identity around this great legendary warrior who he aspires to be, who he holds himself up to and says that's what I want to reach, that's what I want to be someday. Thus, when he finds out the truth, it just gets him right across the knees. That's why that hits so hard. It's, ironically, a really, really good way to do that kind of a reveal. Debatable, Savacom, but you could get why that would devastate Luke in the moment, right? Because another character point is that Luke has hated Vader ever since Vader killed Obi-Wan. Just he heaps all his scorn and vitriol upon him, and looks at him as the embodiment of everything that he hates. You know, the face of the Galactic Empire. Oh, nice, Act. Yeah, that sounds fun. No, I don't, Jay Palmer. I don't think Luke would have gone down that path if not for the stories of his dad. I mean, it's a true statement, too, Jay Palmer. Palpatine is far less forgiving than Vader ever was. One of the more consistent things about Vader's characterization is that while he is absolutely evil, he also values competence. He will not kill you, or, you know, demote you or whatever, if you are capable. So a capable person can make a mistake and still survive. We actually see this in the movies with Piet, for example. Oh God, I don't know, Trihexia. That's a hell of a what if. That would fundamentally change the entire franchise, so... I hate this dungeon. Who is smarter, Vader or Palpatine? So, that's an interesting question. Especially since both of them have been written so differently across the years. So, for example, everything I just told you about Vader is not actually true in the AU. If I told you that Palpatine was a very intelligent person who valued loyalty and decency amongst his workers, then you would probably frown and say, well, what about these other examples where he's not like that? And you'd be right, because, again, inconsistency. Yeah, Vader and I don't like what they've done with Vader in the AU, to be completely honest. And not just because of the fact that he likes to ride giant kaiju in order to kill Palpatine. The Disney stuff, Game Geek. It stands for Alternate Universe. It's a standard moniker to determine which continuity we're talking about. There's the EU, duh, and there's the AU, which is post-Disney. Yeah, the comics do whatever they want to. Okay, we finally got rid of the wolf helmet. Jesus. Stop dying, Bo. You can look it up, Crazy Norse, if you don't believe me. Yeah, I've always disliked the term canon and legends, but let's be honest with ourselves. The term EU and the term AU predate them defining them as such. And I'm just being a dinosaur and refusing to call them canon and legends. Shrug. I admit there's at least a little bit of derision involved in that decision, but I don't care. I hate this dungeon. Yeah, I agree with Takoida on that point. Calling it legends is just like, really? That's what you came up with? I have heard some people call it the DU. But, eh. Like I said, the term AU predates the very concept. Like, it's not a Star Wars exclusive term. That's just a general term for an alternate universe. Yeah, this is a good time to jot down a negative for info in-game, or lack thereof. What would the F stand for, Savacom? Fatal? Fatal universe? It's the fatal frame setting. Yeah, that's another thing. Canon is also inaccurate of a statement, technically speaking. Let me try to explain that a little bit. So, what is canon? Canon is whatever the current people who own the franchise's rights decide is canon, okay? Now, by the very nature of what I just said, you already understand the problem. It is a morphic thing. It changes. It changes based on who owns it now and what they decide is canon. So, calling an entire timeline, for lack of a better way to call it, canon, is going to be inaccurate someday, right? At some point in time, it's no longer going to be canon. Hell, that's already been true a couple of times. So, yeah, no, I'm never going to call that canon. Friendship universe. I like it. So anyways, negative to gameplay, the dungeon we just did. And I want to explain one of the specific reasons why, other than just the fact that it sucks. See, this is a trick that a lot of older games pulled. In fact, I believe BoF 2 pulls this exact same trick several times. The sliding timeline, I like that. So, the encounter rate is dialed up to 11. The encounters are long and irritating. It's a labyrinth, it's a maze, and there's a whole lot of traps and pit floors and locked and trapped treasure chests all over the place. But all of that I could at least tolerate, if not for two problems. Problem number one, the intended path, if you know exactly what you're doing, is you go down through the dungeon to a certain point, recruit Karn, go further down into the dungeon, and then go back up through the entire dungeon. Now, that's already irritating because it's built-in backtracking in a long and sloggy dungeon. But then you get into problem number two. It's a maze designed to frustrate you, because the camera's always stuck at this exact level, which means you can only see for, oh, what is that? Like, looks like 16 tiles to the left and right, something like that, and up and down. So your camera's always at this point, and you've noticed how almost every single side path or alternate thing is designed to be just out of that range. So the only real way to figure out where you're going is to start going down that path to see what's down there. There's no hints. There's no nothing. Now you might think, well, doesn't that sound logical? Sure, if not for the fact that there's the constant encounters, which get in the way of visual continuity. Yeah, exactly. It would have worked if not for the encounter rate, and the encounter rate might have worked if not for the maze, but both make the other worse. Because I have a decent mental map and mental memory for navigation, and I have a general idea of where I'm going. Now imagine that you don't, and you don't. And all of a sudden, that just becomes a huge aggravation. How many of you have ever been through one of the labyrinth levels in this or in BOF 2, and you've been trying to navigate where you're going, trying to figure out where you're going, and you enter an encounter, and it lasts just long enough that you lose a little bit of where you were. You're not 100% sure where you were going before you entered the encounter. I will also admit this has happened to me, too. I am not immune to this effect. And so you end up going the wrong way because you lost where you were in the dungeon. This happens even in games with very linear corridors like Quest 64. This also happened on camera, by the way. Quest 64 has a different reason for it, but it is the same general problem. Yeah, I was about to say, worst dungeon in any game ever, or worst final dungeon in any game ever. Freaking Infinity Dungeon. Do you have enough magic for warp? You do, thank God. Ugh. Anyways. So we are going to someplace that's not on this. That's strange. Okay, let me look at my notes here. Yeah, I was about to say, remember, I think it's the stomach dungeon in BOF 2? The one where you can only see everything except right where you are. Like, so you can see the outside of the screen, but not the inside of the screen. Honestly, I'm pretty sure the Infinity Dungeon is going to be worse than FF3's Final Gauntlet. But at the same time, I do have to challenge myself on that, because I hate the Infinity Dungeon so much that it kind of, like, it casts a blanket on my opinion of that, so we'll see. Yes, a blanket of hatred, one might even say. It's like that one particular type of wool that's itchy, you know? I think that's up here. The FF3's outro is utter garbage on the NES version. 3 long, difficult dungeons in a row, with no save states, with no recovery points, with multiple boss fights, all of whom are badly designed, and a final boss fight who is a straight-up stat wall. Just be the right level and have the right classes for the last boss. And I hope you did the optional stuff to get the right classes, because if you didn't, screw you. We're getting really full here, aren't we? It is Water Jar, yes, Melkor. Is FF1 the best of the NES games? Yeah, honestly. Gotta take the vitamins. Oh, speaking of which, I also need to change party members, too. Don't listen to Savicom. She's crazy. She's crazy. What's worse about FF3? So FF2 and FF3 both have the same general problem. They do more, which means they have more opportunity to fail. FF1 is extraordinarily simple, and that's actually in its favor. Yeah, it's short and sweet. It doesn't do much, so it doesn't screw up much. Now, FF3 Ness's problem is... There are several problems, actually. Like, for example, there's several dungeons which straight up mandate that you go through the dungeon with a specific class. Or... Is this the right place? Or the cooldown period on changing classes for absolutely no reason. You know, there's a couple of little irritations about FF3. But no, the thing that makes FF3 so terrible, specifically, is the outro. The outro is so god-danged bad. It is gutter trash in FF3 Ness. The fact that it's in the running for beating the Infinity Dungeon really should say all it needs to. Okay, so when you say nothing happens, Mr. Red, try to be specific with me. I like to think he's a gold knight, personally. Yeah, FF3 definitely has Sunshine Syndrome going against it. FF3 is actually a pretty good game, even on the NES, up until a certain point. And then you get to a certain point. And yeah, I don't want to disagree with Savicom for the 7,000th time, but I would also say that Dragon Quest has the exact same problem that the FS do. Dragon Quest 1 on the NES is probably the best Dragon Quest game by sheer virtue of the fact that it tries the least. And therefore, it fails the least. It's a simple, short, solid game. Dragon Quest 2 was actually pretty good until we hit the aforementioned outro, which... yeah. And Dragon Quest 3 is something I'd rather not talk about. So, I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce that name. I know it's... I'm guessing that's an E, so fair, maybe? Fair. Help me out here. How do I pronounce this? Pretend like I'm 3 years old and I'm stupid. One of those things is true. But I will answer your question first. Why is Breath of Fire 4 not in the queue? So Breath of Fire 4 isn't really part of the Breath of Fire trilogy, all three of these games being connected and, tied into each other. So Breath of Fire 4 will be something that will be funded at some point, I'm sure, because it is on the list. But it's had very little interest from very few people, and therefore just doesn't have the same funding level as everything else. So, there's technically two answers to your question. Answer number one is, it wasn't part of the Breath of Fire trilogy, so that's not why it's not part of the block. And answer number two is, we didn't actually... nobody's put interest towards it, so it hasn't been streamed. Like, you guys decide what I stream. Dealer's choice aside. Even Dealer's Choice follows your guys' trends, like with all the games we're playing right now. Even this game I Dealer's Choice up into being finished. Okay, so let me read Mr. Red's thing here. So... I'm trying to find... Okay, so... You installed your SSD, goes into automatic repair where it can't do anything. Got it back from the first repair shot, he had it installed, you plug it in, and now it's back to automatic repair. Fernando! Got it. Or Fern. I don't know. I should mention that Breath of Fire 4 is probably a good game, but I have to say probably because I've never played it. Not on purpose. Breath of Fire 4 just came out in that era when I wasn't playing video games. When does it enter automatic repair, Mr. Red? Exactly. Like, if you start off the computer, you hit power. I need specifics of what happens. Also, this will probably be relevant. Do you have your original Windows 10 CD and or USB drive? Right, I need the map. That's what I need. That was Agua. Where's the... What? Oh, god dang it. Whatever. I was actually in the right spot. I just missed it, apparently. You know, funny thing. A lot of American games have weird localization censorship from Japanese versions. But there's two examples ever where I'm actually 100% in favor of it. One is Drakengard 1, if you know, you know. But the other's Chrono Trigger. I always felt that making people just, like, really, really itist after drinking tons and tons of soup actually worked for me better than it just being straight up booze. And all of the constant references to flatulence, just, why is that even in that game? Oh yeah, gotta have some soda pop, instead of booze. Which, again, I was honestly kind of with. I think you've had too much sugar, sir. I'll tell you when I've had enough sugar. Give me more soda pop. Here we go. There's the life armor. You take life armor. And there's the ice dragon, or ice DR. How many of you even know this stuff was here, by the way? This is, I believe, the second best suit of armor in the game for Ryu. I could be wrong about my specifics, but it's definitely up there. There it is. Yeah, so we just doubled our defense stat. Watch defense in the upper right. Watch it. Yeah. And then Karn, I want you to have that, which doubles his offense, and is also a use item. You can get this the moment you have Karn in your party. In fact, you can actually get a lot of things the moment you have Karn in your party. Oh, we might as well heal while we're here. Or that's not a heal? Oh, well. My bad. Yeah, by the way, this is the way to the final dungeon, if I'm not mistaken. That's why there's slots for each of the keys here. No, I already got it, Blaze the Sage. I just thought there was something else here. I apparently was wrong. Onwards. Yeah, just showing off the final dungeon. Don't mind me. That's where they sealed away Myria in a giant mechanical tower. Because that's a common trend, is the Brood were very technologically advanced. And Myria was like, no, technology's bad! I haven't heard back from Mr. Red yet. So no at the moment. Yeah, listen. Sin is all we need, okay? Machina are bad. They're bad. Get rid of all the Machina and you'll get rid of Sin. Wink. Alright, let's see. So now that we've done that... Double checking my notes here really quick. Yeah, exactly, Blade Tibble. That's what you get. How dare. So the good news, part of the reason I want to do that right now is because the next boss fight is another one of those difficulty cliff boss fights. But the good news is we just got extremely good armor and an extremely good weapon. So that, you know, that's cool. Hey, Colgrim. We're on the verge of being done with Chapter 4, by the way. God, this is a longer game than I remembered. Not gonna really nail it on the density arc, I don't think. There are 9 chapters. Hang on, we gotta put Karn in the front. What's going on? I just arrested you. I don't know how you got out, but you're going back in. This is a different lock. You won't be able to break it. So anyways. Oh, yeah. I mean, as much as I bash FF3 on the NES... I will admit, I'm actually really impressed with what it accomplished on the NES. Like, it's a little crazy how much that managed on a freaking NES. It's the same thing with FF6 and FF9, honestly. And, actually, while we're on the subject, FF12. And then they stopped doing that. You want the light key? Father wants to give it to the Dark Dragons. If Mother was alive, she would have told him to do the right thing. Please get out of my way. Please get... I want the treasure. Get out of my way! Oh my god. Okay, whatever. If I don't give up the key, they'll harm our daughter. I just rescued her. What do you... Oh, right. No, I forgot a step. That's my bad. Why am I playing this game? Okay, so where am I going? Thank God for warp. Oh yeah, speaking of which, believe it or not, I have a gameplay positive. Fast travel. It's a very cheap spell. You get it relatively early on. and it teleports you between most of the towns. That qualifies. Hey, Yada. You know, that's a fair point, Blade Trifle. The only... I don't think it's a full, like, double positive, because you can't cast it indoors. And yes, I know that's the Dragon Quest norm, but I stand by it. But yes, this was the era when progression in these kind of games was linked to talking to a specific NPC. You had to hit that part of the script in order to advance to the next part of the script, right? And let me tell you, I hate that. There are so many cases in which I have been stuck in one of these games because I had to talk to one NPC to progress. Yeah, exactly, Scott Kimber. There's this one flag I missed. Okay, let me double check my notes here. No, actually, Savacom. If you're the legendary hero, I'll give you my treasure. Climb the tower to meet the ghosts and prove your worth. Although, once upon a time, I actually called up a friend of mine when I was fighting Zeromus for the first time. And I had no idea what to do. And he didn't know what to do because he didn't even know what I was talking about. And it turned into this really awkward conversation. And he was like, why are you calling me about a video game? I felt really stupid about that. So what's your solution, Mr. Red? Inventory is getting even more full. We need to do an inventory pass soon. Let's see, is anybody damaged? No. Damn it, Noctis, no! And the best part is nothing tells you have to talk to that old lady. See, that's the thing that pisses me off the most. Having to talk to someone to progress doesn't necessarily bother me, because it's a logical way to do quest flags. What bothers me is when absolutely nothing indicates that's the person you should talk to. Even something as banal as just, like, putting them in the way so you have to talk to them to exit the zone is a method for dealing with that, right? But when it's some random dude in some random town that looks absolutely no different from everyone else, then you're playing Breath of Fire 2. Or 1. Because we've actually already had that several times in 1. Hell, some games will do a thing where they will temporarily block the way, like, FF5 is kind of a weird example of this, but hear me out. Could you stop? Oh my god, I hate this dungeon. Yeah, Pokemon games do that. But like in FF5, you walk into Karnak for the first time, and you go to any vendor, and when you talk to that vendor and you buy your first thing, the moment you buy that, that's the quest trigger, is purchasing the item. And there's a lot of stuff worth buying there, and also the first thing you buy is technically free, so you can, like, plan around that. But point being, you're really, really likely to do that, right? God, Ryu is taking 2 damage with his new armor. And no, I have not played Digimon. The only Digimon game I played was the really good one. Now, do you know which one I'm talking about just by calling it the really good one? Also true, Shihali. I forgot about that, but you're right. Ugh. Change one thing to improve this game. Ooh. Get rid of Curse! Oh my god! Stop status affecting me! They didn't even do any damage. They just status affected me. Yeah, you remember when the Final Fantasy series was, like, so far ahead of the curve in terms of JRPG design that we're still catching up to them in some ways today? Anyways, yeah, honestly, better information in-game, which ties into removing the walkthrough-itis negatives, is probably my knee-jerk thought there. Make it so it's a lot more clear what you need to do, in what order, and how, and change it so that when you're, you tell what spells do or what items do without having to consult a manual. I feel like that would probably be one of the better things they could do to improve the game. Air party's cursed. Can we even heal Curse? Hey, you. Can you heal Curse? Oh, thank God. Get rid of this crap. Boss time! Palette swaps. It used to be only dragons could enter here, but since the light key was stolen, things have changed. Let's fight! Okay, so Karn is going to attack because he's a death machine. Nina is going to use the key. Actually, no. What am I doing? Buff his attack. There we go. Oh yeah, seizure warning. Sorry, I keep forgetting that that's like that. And Ryu, I want you to, I believe, Thunder for this one? Yep, Thunder again. Thunder Dragon. Devastat. Ow! That hurt. I don't think anything does, Shihali. It's just, there's a cave nearby, and that's about it. We still, as a reminder, do not actually have a an AoE heal. I don't even know. What does Renew do? Hang on. Let me pull up the manual so I can see what Renew does. Renew is actually life. It's a res. To my knowledge, you stay transformed until you either die or the combat ends. Ow. Best RPG with buffs and debuffs and statuses. My first thought is FF12, but no, it's probably FF5, actually. Yeah, let's do this. I feel like there's another one. I guess Asheron's Call technically qualifies. Where should you start with the FF games? 4. Now, I recommend either the PC version or the console Pixel Remaster. One of those two specifically. But you should start with FF4. I've gotten that question a lot, so you can see why I have a prepared answer. This is boss design, technically. The Pixel Remaster is on PC, but does not have all the features of the console Pixel Remaster. Ergo, I do not recommend it. It's not the end of the world, but you're literally getting a worse experience, an objectively worse experience, for not playing the console version, which has the additional quality of life features. Also, the console versions have, you know, additional patch time, and so a little bit more polishing in general. Of course. Actually, it's Square, but same thing is still true of Wolfenstein. Square's ports are weird. That's the nicest way I can put that. Square does not know what they're doing with ports. Oh my god. Well, we're below half at this point, so that's something, I guess. Well, the good news is I mentioned 2 versions of FF4, one of which is only available on the PC and one of which is only available on consoles, so you're good to go on that. If you have a phone, it sucks to be you. Also, if you're playing games on a phone, like, what is wrong with you? How dare? Let's spend a round recovering, shall we? If you have a phone, you can play Diablo Immortal. Isn't that so cool? That you can play this garbage game? It's actually probably the worst mobile game ever made. Like, just across the board. Just the worst. And Karn's dead. I was spending a round healing just in case that happened, too. Wow, that's cool. Okay. By the way, do you like how the Earth Key... We're, like, 12 hours into the game at this point, and the Earth Key is still doing more damage than some of the things we can do. Just process that for a minute. And it's an AoE, and it's free. And you use it every round. Just point it out. Burned through a lot of my mana in that. The best part, nothing tells you can use the Earth Key to do damage like that. As I pointed out yesterday, the first time I found out you could use the Earth Key like that was yesterday. Hell, I'm not sure if we'll ever get to the point where the Earth Key isn't at least some kind of useful. So, was it the power cord thing, Mr. Red? But yeah, this is why I say fixing the info in-game would probably smooth over this game substantially. And I know that because I've been using a walkthrough this entire time. And I'm not completely irritated with my playthrough experience yet. Is it a good walkthrough? No. It's a walkthrough, though. And I already do have a vague idea of what I'm doing, because I have played this game before. It's just been a while. Let's see. We've got 2, 3 bosses up. Yep, 3 bosses in a row. Let's do this. It's okay. The game will let me heal in between bosses, right? Right? Right, game? That's a thing you're going to do? See you around, Jay Palmer. Let me have the treasure. Well done, you are a true hero. Please take this. Use the mirror when you need help from the netherworld. What? Whatever. Very informative. Why would you ever want help from the netherworld? Like, isn't that the kind of thing you'd want to avoid? By the way, if you already know where this is going. Kind of messed up when you think about it. Oh yeah, Breath of Fire is all about making deals with demons and how that always works out. Every time. So, if you're paying attention, what happened was... Let's process what's about to go here. So, we get to the Gold Town here, Aria. And it's like, hey, Aria's great. And we talked to this guy up here, and he's like, I have the key, but the Dark Dragons want it. And I won't give it to you unless you free my daughter. We happen to hear that there's some great thief who happens to be in this town. For reasons best left to the imagination, we then decide to immediately leave this town and not rescue his daughter, who's behind a locked door, go to a completely separate town, where they talk about several other things, and that leads us to a third completely separate town, whereupon we could actually get the hint that we have to go to this tomb and find the legendary thief. Once we do the tomb dungeon, twice, we get the legendary thief, can come all the way back here, and then be like, hey, we rescued your daughter, and he says, yeah, that's cool, but I can't decide. And if we talk to her, she says, Dad would do the right thing if, and only if, he was able to talk to my mother, who is, of course, dead. Naturally, this leads us to go to a tower in the middle of nowhere, which has nothing to do with anything, and no signposting whatsoever that there's a reason to go through there. Once we get to that tower, we get to the top of it, and at the top of it, we get a mirror, which allows us to talk to the dead. If I don't give up the key, they'll harm our daughter. Karn raises the mirror, and the ghost of the Ross's wife appears. Alina, what am I going to do? Do you really think giving up the key will help our daughter? You're right. Once they get the key, it'll only get worse. I knew you'd come to your senses. You're strong-willed. I must go now. Peace. That's literally what she just said. Peace. I've come to my senses at last. Tell my daughter I was wrong. Anyways, negative to story. This is funny and all, but no, come on. Okay, so. My father changed his mind. Now the dragons are coming for the key. Will you help us and send the dark dragons away? Thank you. It's at the top of this tower. The key is yours. Thank you for finally getting out of the way. I really need to sell soon. Like, really, really badly. Yeah, I've got 6 inventory slots right now. You take herb. You take herb. You take, potion, I think? What was that? Oh, I know what that is. Yay. Yeah, that wasn't a potion. That was a stone, which is an in-combat use thing. I don't know what it stands for, but it's a grenade. Sure, let's equip the ring on grenade. The ring on grenade? Jesus. The ring on Ryu here. Oh wow, that ups his attack quite a bit. I didn't even know that was an accessory. Holy crap. It's okay, something in the game told me that. Now I have the one ring. On Herb Man. Possibly She-Holly? God, I don't know. But it's okay, because now we're about to fight several boss fights. Hey, there's a Firestone. Ring of Grenade. Explode instantly. Impress your friends. Try it at your next party. Oh my god. Ah! This is like that meme when you turn Discord off of dark mode. Ugh, okay, there we go. Yeah, Louis Soix is just like... He's kind of grinning into it like, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so hang on. So we got the keys. Yay! Now all we have to do is get on the boat, which, by the way, is what we've really been after this entire time. Not the keys, the boat. I forgot to mention that when we get to town... They're like, hey, here's the boat. It's owned by the richest man in the area. And then everything we've been doing since then has been trying to convince the rich man to let us use his frickin' boat. By the way, now that we've done all that, we can't use the boat yet. No, I'm not joking. Take anything in my house. It's my way of thanking you. Your daughter's right here. But I'm just kidding. I'm into older women. Now, if your wife was still around... Oh yeah, now we can switch between day and night. It's the only other keys with a use. I'm gonna go heal up. You know, honestly, play triple. You're not wrong. I know what you're thinking. Why don't you just heal up at the town you're at? Yeah, for some reason they decided to make the inn at the gold town super expensive. So... Oh yeah, we will definitely be gifting the wife some mayonnaise. Tell you what. That's not even a euphemism. Wouldn't a gold inn be cheaper, though, because it would be super uncomfortable? Like, doesn't that make sense? Yeah, that's where all the walls go. They just slather some plaster on the walls and smack your money on it. Congrats, Mr. Red. For real. I'm glad you didn't have to go down the rabbit hole I was thinking you had to go down. When everyone's rich, no one will be. I mean, to this very day, the richest human being in human history was gold rich. And you're probably thinking, how rich was he? So, several historians and economists cannot agree on what his net worth was because it's hard to calculate. This is the guy that tanked a local economy just by... Yeah, that's the one, Christmas. Who tanked a local economy just because he was giving away gold gifts while he was there for fun. Oh no! What have you got there? The light key. I'll have to take this off your hands. Alright, here we go. This is the most difficult fight in the entire universe. It's the exact same boss fight earlier. No, seriously, this is the same freaking fight with the same stats and everything. There's nothing fancy about this guy. That's an interesting question, Gallico. I've heard a lot of economists arguing for something I can't remember the name of right now, but it's essentially a currency-less economy. I'm not sure I agree with that, though. But that's because I think of currency differently than a lot of people do, even amongst my fellow economic geeks. To me, currency is just a measuring stick. And so, there's always going to be a measuring stick. So... No, I forget what they call it. Because I didn't really read into it too much, to be completely honest with you. Oh yeah, let's get a social credit score. That's a great idea. Cashless is fine. We're already like one step away from being a cashless society now. I mean, I'm sure I'll get differing answers for this, but I can't tell you the last time I bought something with cash. I would have to really think about that. Ross has betrayed us. He'll soon know the wrath of the Dark Dragons. We'll release you for now, but we'll be keeping an eye on you. Look at what that last blast did to the ship. You can get to the main camp. Oh, hey, it's one of the fish people. By going around the North Peninsula. If we move the rock that blocks the North Cave, we'll surprise them. I'll give you gunpowder to blast the rock if you give me the gold bar. I think I have that. Nope. Well, the walkthrough didn't tell me to loot that while we were there. So let's go loot that. Oh yeah, by the way, did you catch that the thing that we have just spent the entirety of Chapter 4 trying to grab just got destroyed in seconds after we beat an easy boss fight? Hang on, I gotta do some padding really quick. No, there is. It's a dungeon east of here, Shikali. It's just the walkthrough didn't tell me that until I needed it. You know what this reminds me of? FF3. This is a very, very, very minor spoiler. But in FF3, you do quite a bit of questing and dungeoning and fight your first 2 boss fights. And then it's like, okay, I've got all this stuff. Whew. Okay. Now, we've got the airship. Okay, the airship's destroyed. Literal seconds. Literal seconds after you get the airship, you blow it up. It's just like... You know, that would make sense. A gold ship would probably not sink particularly well. And by sink, I mean sail. Sorry, the opposite of sink. Oh god, I don't know where this treasure is. Is this it? I don't know, we'll find out. You can do that in Chrono Trigger, although I never do. Even though it's probably the canon ending. No, Chrono Cross doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. Hang on. These torches are in my way. I can't progress. It's impossible. Oh my god, get out of my way. Hey, Justin. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Actually, yes, you do, Sobacom. I don't... There's a value in reviewing bad games. I've said that many times. And there's several games I want on the list just for historical significance. I never want to review Chrono Cross. I never want to touch that game. It's not going to end well for anybody. And I think that's a lose-lose scenario. No, Wizardry 1 would probably be worse than Chrono Cross. But part of the problem is, I guarantee you, if the people who have been funding the Chrono Cross run have been doing so with the expectation of me to, and I'm going to put this into quotes, review a beloved classic. And that's almost never a good sign when someone wants me to review what they consider to be a beloved classic. That always... that's never a good sign in my experience. Where the hell is this stupid gold bar? By the way, the walkthrough doesn't say where it is in this dungeon. It's just here somewhere. Yeah, Secret of the Stars was less painful than Chrono Cross will be. And probably a lot funnier. Hopefully. I'm sure Chrono Cross has pluses, but... Ugh. Yeah, exactly, Blaze the Sage. I will probably review Warcraft 1 someday, but I also know exactly what I'm getting into with that. Like, nobody's expecting me to gush about Warcraft 1, because it's Warcraft 1. You know? The monster left behind meat! Question, was it its meat, or from some other creature? Bonus question, do you care? Or both. Can I cook it? No. There's no cooking in this game that I'm aware of. I shouldn't say that. Maybe there is, but the only cooking I know of is in 2. So, I can talk about that briefly. We'll go ahead and probably do the cooking minigame in 2. But the reason I brought up cooking specifically is not just the fact that it's an entire mechanic that you skip out if you don't have a walkthrough, but also the fact that cooking is overpowered as hell. So here's the deal. If you set it up right, what you do is you have a cook who can combine items into a thing. Pretty similar to most JRPGs, right? Like Paper Mario, or I suddenly can't think of another example. I guess Breath of the Wild. You know, you combine stuff, you get better stuff. Pretty basic system. Usually neat, usually a nice little fun side bonus thing. But in Breath of Fire 2, you can also get a vendor who sells all the fish you need, another vendor who sells everything else you need, and then there's a third vendor who sells everything else. I know that sounds strange, but what I mean by that is if you recruit the 2 vendors and you have the cook, then you have access to every cooking item in the game with just gold. So you can just go buy it. Significance of that? Well, one of the things you can make is you can make gold bars, which sell for 65,000 gold. And you have just given yourself infinite money when the only thing you need to buy cooking items is money. Some of the things you can cook, I actually have a list right here, include the ability to restore 100 mana, which is really... Ethers are really rare in Breath of Fire 2 if you're not familiar with it. Permanently increase all of your stats by 1 point, including luck, the big one. A full max heal res. Let's see here. AoE death on the enemy, full heal to one target, massive AoE damage to the enemy, massive AoE damage to the enemy, best bait in the game for fishing. Let's see, what else here? Buffs the entire party, debuffs the entire enemy party, cast another big AoE thing, and protection from status effects. And that's just some of the things you can cook for. See you around, Magister. I mean, maybe Savacom, but, I mean, come on. So I didn't find the damn item I'm looking for. So hang on. Let's see if we can find this stupid thing. Where is this damn thing? Okay, let's try this then. Oh, and to the question, did old RPGs understand economy? Let me ask you this. How many people in general understand economy? Notably politicians. Looking at you, Britain. Here we go. So I want to see... Congrats, Mr. Red. How did I miss that? Oh, I see how. Visual continuity has been hit and miss, I'd say. Because partially, like in dungeons and in areas, it's not good. But in like the overworld, it's not bad. You know, I have a general idea of where I am in the overworld, and not just because of the fact that I have a map. There we go. Gold bar. Okay, now we can get out of here. Let's get out of here. Flee, flee for your lives. As the saying goes. Tor's economy. Remember when I did the Tor run? And... I needed to buy... Well, I wanted to buy some things off the auction house just for cosmetic purposes. And the way I got away with that was I still had an item from the last time I played Tor. And it was worth so much money now that I basically maxed out my credits selling it on the auction house, and it sold instantly. Anyways... Let's go give this guy 65,000 gold. Or Zenny, is usually the Capcom thing. In order to gain access to the boat. If you're paying attention, this is the second gold bar we have needed for this particular quest arc. So that's 130,000 gold if you don't know where to get them. Here you go. Thanks for that. It was a fun run. I was actually really happy with the Tor run. Scored about what I was expecting, to be honest with you. But it was still a fun run. Let's fix our inventory. Hey, Ross, you missed your role in this game. So, the mayor of this town's name is Ross. And we had to reach, God, let's see. So we showed up in town, we needed to use his boat. So we talked to him, and he wanted us to free his daughter. We went downstairs, and she's locked him in the safe. So we went over to Bleak for no reason, then we went south for no reason, then we went through a tomb for no reason. We found the guy who could open the lock, we went back to her, freed her, but then she wouldn't budge until we got him to convince him to do the right thing, for which we had to go to another unrelated dungeon, fight an unrelated boss to get an item which allowed him to talk to his dead wife, so he would then allow us to use his boat, at which point we fought the Dark Dragons who destroyed the boat. Cue Darth Helmet. Did you get all that? Get rid of this crap. And we needed 2 gold bars for that entire chain. So. Oh, that's a weapon. Yeah, imagine reading that script and being like, yeah, that tracks. Yeah, Dart is much worse. Remember, we have the weapon from the end dungeon, Blaze. Well, I can double check, just to be absolutely sure. But I'd be shocked if the Dart isn't worse. I mean, it only lowers his attack by 29. Yeah, so let's toss those. Let's see what else. We have some stones we could use in battle. We will. We're gonna keep the marble for a later boss. I guess that's all we can really dump right now. Wish we had a sort feature, and yes, I know we can manually sort, but God, screw that. I'd rather just keep track of what I have in my inventory manually and not think about that. Okay, so, on with the dungeons. Okay, so we've got the gold bar, blah, 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 blah. So we need to go into the cave north of Aria and go left. We have triggered that scene. I actually didn't know Blaze, which is why I've been holding on to it. In fairness, FF4 didn't have a sword feature, but I don't remember if FF5 did. I know 6 did, obviously. But I don't remember if they'd invented that by 5. Now I'm trying to think of the first RPG that had a sword feature for its inventory. As I already mentioned, by FF6's time, which was 1994, they did have that concept, but did anything predate that? So yes, that whole chain was so we could blow up those slight rocks we could easily walk over. No, FF4 didn't have a sword at all. Or rather, FF4 had the manual sword. Yeah, sure, Blaze, hit me. And yeah, Karn looks weird. I like how Bo looks. I like how Ryu looks. Nina looks weird, probably because she's wearing a bikini. Or a leotard, I'm not sure which. Karn looks... of course. Yeah, you can combine... oh, that's funny. You can combine stacks in both of those games. Yeah, absolutely. You have to go back to the NES era to have JRPGs where you can't combine stacks. Or Secret of the Stars. Oh, he was actually black. Why? Like, what possible reason would you have for making his skin, like... I'm confused by that. Is he a drow? Alright, so we found the Dark Dragon's evil base. This is where they blew up our ship with, just a bit ago. Who are you? What do you want? Sure. Like, just to really put this Earth Key thing into perspective, Nina is actually doing the most damage of the party technically right now because she's doing 60 damage per round. While everyone else is doing like 38 or so. Correct, Savicom. It's debatable with Sarah, but that also kind of depends on which version of the canon you're talking about, because in the book she's a little bit different, and also Jade's lover in the book. Yes, really. My shift is almost over. Alt, who goes there? I don't know if it's available in English. Which Dark Elf do I prefer, Drow or Dunmer? Well, Drow are kind of dumb. So I think I'm going to go with Dunmer. Oh, did somebody kill the bot? Who murdered the bot? J'accuse. I don't actually see who killed it. Ah, it doesn't matter. Idle has been learned. Well, of course, there's nothing that indicates what spells do in the game, so let's go pull up my walkthrough over here. What does Idle do? Lowers one enemy's battle speed. Cool. You won't go any further. I'll see to that. Guys, do we really have to... By the way, the walkthrough recommends I'm level 21 at this point. If you're not watching, I am not that high level. Still. I'm not that under level. I'm only level 19, but still. 21? Really? God, how much grinding would that be? Ugh. I'll be right back. I gotta pretend I'm a real high-end streamer and actually walk away while letting content play for me. Oh yeah, I've also got to show off my bikini bod. Do jumping jacks, you know? In a hot tub. Obviously. You can't get this far on luck alone. You're good. But I'm better. I'm a squid for some reason. Yeah, so I don't know if Breath of Fire 1 is victim to the same thing FF3 is. But in both cases, it's weird. And it became a trend. Think off the top of your head, how many bosses look like totally normal people until you fight them, and then they turn into weird monsters? It's weird. And I think it just kind of became a thing for the Breath of Fire series. Because we know where this started. There was a bit of a mandate back in the day in Japan about not killing people. That's why the FFs did that. Thank you, Ginger Ninja. Happy New Year. Always appreciate the support. I will jot that down for the Zelda block, Starfield, and Republic Commando. I just want to be very clear about it, Ginger Ninja. The buffs and debuffs aren't great in this game. They're not bad, but they're not great. Elemental weaknesses play much more of a role. I actually will not cheat in Breath of Fire 2 until we get to the present. By the way, first reminder, we still don't have the ability to heal AoE. No, that's speaking from experience. You don't want to cheat in the flashback. That screws with things. Okay, you win. Just you wait. My brother will seek revenge. Crash! Okay. Sure thing, buddy. You know, we're almost, God, like 20-ish hours into this game already. They're still giving us herbs as treasure. And it's still worthwhile, which is just weird. Alright, whatever. Okay. Cool. You know, truthfully, I don't know, Blageable. Let's see if the walkthrough says. Let's see. Herb. It actually specifically heals 50 health. There you go. And it's still about a third of my health at the level I'm at, so... Yeah, I like percentage potions. I always have. I think D3 was the first game I played which really leaned into that, but I've seen it a few times. Alright, what extremely obvious thing am I missing? Because it's always something obvious and dumb. Ooh, a potion. I'll take that right now. Okay. Hang on, hang on. Yeah, apparently we're done. We can just leave now. That's not what the walkthrough said at all. I think I need to just abandon that walkthrough, because that's not the first time. It has not been helpful. So, okay. My walkthrough luck continues. It's okay. I have switched to another walkthrough. I've officially pulled the plug on that one. Oh my god, I can't teleport back. I have to go through the freaking dungeon. I just realized that, because I'm not outdoors at any point here. Okay, now I can teleport. Maybe I should have just skipped this one battle. Fun fact. Inafune actually did several of the concept arts for this game, and then abandoned the game, like, completely. And so he's only technically credited as concept artist. But here's the funny part. When they brought in a new concept artist, the new concept artist took all of Inafune's art and said, yeah, that's good enough, and just used most of it. So, functionally, Inafune did actually do the concept art for this game. Shrug. I don't feel like warping around. I'll pay the extra money. I'll pay for the convenience. Let's go! Make me full. I'm about to fight like 4 fights in a row here. I'm ready, Ross. I'm ready. Ooh, what you getting for lunch, please? I need to get lunch soon. Not yet. I want to fight this boss and get my freaking boat first. I want to be on a boat. Hey, Luco the second. What is up? So do I have any crap to dump? Oh, man, I haven't had A&W in years. What's this? Oh, okay. I mean, there has been some Mega Man eyes. I will agree with that. See, that's really interesting, Ross. You're not the only person I've ever had say that, but I didn't like Frozen 2. I didn't dislike it, but I never liked it. And putting into words why is something I've always had trouble doing. Here's a fun little factoid. I actually, myself, have it said at one point in time that Frozen 2 feels like it has more music and leans more on the songs than Frozen 1. But Frozen 1 actually, in terms of literal time, has more music than Frozen 2. 4, Luke. Always 4. Yes, A&W Restaurants had some really good burgers back then. I don't know if they still have, because I haven't seen one in forever. We must work together to protect our village. Zog has the power of the dragon. He should use it to protect people. Our crew has 4 members. Let's go. Wait. Count me in? Of course, I can't navigate by myself. That would be good experience. Wait for me. Could you take me with you and drop me off near Prima? Prima? I don't know. I hate their guides. Come on, more the merrier. I don't care. You can tag along if you want to. Thank you. I won't be a burden. I promise. Hoist the mainsail. Happy New Year, Luca. I will say Frozen 2 has worse downs for me than Frozen 1 does. And that might be part of why I remember liking it. Or not like, you know what I mean. Oh man, the Gobi only section? That's probably going to be a negative. Like we were talking about Sten sections? Yeah. Anyways. Uh-oh, I'm on the wrong ship. Captain, let's attack. There's too many of them. We should retreat. Your deck is filled with cannonballs. But if we retreat, what'll happen to Arya? I mean, the villain in Frozen 2 died years ago. You dirty rat, you beat my brother. Give me the key or else. There's gunpowder on this ship. Let's detonate it and escape. We'll go down with the ship. Going down with the ship is just a little cliche for me. Come on, mateys, let's stop them. Round 1. Yeah, you know, that's valid, Leitval. My party order got reworked a little bit. They have cannons, Frisco! But yeah, I think some of the good parts of Frozen 2 nail it much better. I will say there is a scene that should be a really great, awesome scene in Frozen 2 that isn't because they undo it. If you know, you know. And that actually pissed me off, because they had the balls to go there, and then they undid it. And it's like, why? It's actually the exact same problem I have in a certain Final Fantasy XIII scene. No, Sorora, it was a long dark. I was getting work done. What, you think I could stream 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, and then also put out something like the Final Fantasy II rewrite? Oh, I hate Olaf. I hate Olaf so much. I understand that people like him, and that's good, but I hate him, and I want him to die. He actively ruins those freaking movies for me. You know, at least the damn horse in Tangled is an interesting and funny character. Olaf just is, get off my screen, you know? Olaf better or worse than Jar Jar? I'm so torn on that, I think I'll just say it's equal. Although, Jar Jar gets better in 2 and 3. So... Actually, yeah, I guess Olaf is worse. I swear we'll get there one day, Ross. I swear. Please, no. Don't beat me, Ross. Don't make me play more of both 1 and 2. Olaf is definitely a major main character in Frozen 2. And I'm not a fan of that fact. I am glad you like Fallout 1 and 2. I am. That makes me happy. Favorite Disney movie just by the music? Yeah, no, that's a hard one. Let me think about that for a minute. Monster Hunter World, I believe, is in the list, although it has very, very low interest. So not a lot of people put money towards it. I'm really torn on that. Okay, let's clarify a second. Are we just counting vocal songs or the entire soundtrack? Because that's going to change my answer. So just vocal songs. Okay. For the record, if we're counting the entire soundtrack, Lion King. Notice there's no heels in between these. I wasn't joking earlier. No, Hunchback isn't surprising. I'm surprised more people aren't picking that, because it's a very, very well-beloved series of songs. Yeah, we're trying to think about, like, pick your favorite Disney movie just based on the virtue of the vocal songs, the ones with lyrics. You cannot, Noctis. You are stuck going straight from one battle to the other. I don't remember the songs in Tangled, except for the song in Tangled. I'm gonna go with Little Mermaid, if we're just counting the vocal songs. I know that's old school, but as I talked about during the Rumination, plug, they really, really threw themselves into the creation of Little Mermaid. And they did their homework and actually sat down and thought about how to properly design music, how to design a musical in animated format. They thought about the formula, you know what I mean? Favorite Disney villain song? Before I answer that, I was actually torn because I was really thinking about Aladdin. But the problem with Aladdin is there's one song in it I actively dislike. And I know that you're going to hate me for that. Can you guess? Can you guess the one song I don't like in Aladdin? Yeah, it is Prince Ali. I am not a fan of that song. I never have been. I'm sorry. I have failed you. So, Gauntlet, followed by a boss fight. Cool. Thankfully, I had a walkthrough and knew this was coming. So, okay. Favorite villain song in Disney? Now, I'm going to give a joking answer first. Is that okay? Wish! For those of you not aware, Wish's villain song is actively bad. Like, you can dissect how bad Wish's villain song is. It's, I can't remember what it's called. It's like, What About Me or something, or those ungrateful brats. I can't remember. It's terrible. Screw that song. There have been accusations put out that Wish was written by AI. I don't think it was, but it's easy to see why people think that, because the script of Wish is astonishingly formulaic, to the point where it's a little bit weird. Like, that is a very, very formulaic film. And you know me, there's nothing necessarily wrong with formula as long as you do it well. Thank you, Tiny Hippo. Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. So yeah, favorite villain song. The problem is Disney usually nails villain songs. They're kind of all good, you know? You poor unfortunate souls. I mean, come on. And then we move forward to Beauty and the Beast, where we have no one fights like Gaston, no one fights like Gaston. I mean, come on. Yeah, no, it's usually the best song in any given movie. If we move forward to, let's see, so we did with The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Lion King has Be Prepared, a song that infamously the singer actually broke his voice singing it. Exactly, Shaluto. Exactly. You got it, Tiny Hippo. It is, of course. Well, that's been debated, Lord Haremont, but most people usually point to Gaston. No one blahs like Gaston as the big one. Specifically because of the fact that it's the song all about the villain, which is one of the usual definitions of, you know, a villain song. Whoops, nope, hang on. I keep screwing up my order because they're in a weird order. Yeah, Hellfire from Hunchback of Notre Dame, which actually did things that weirded them out. The only good song in Pocahontas, Savages, which arguably isn't actually the villain song. The villain song is probably the gold one, but still, Savages is awesome. I can't think of any other examples off the top of my head. Yeah, Jafar was going to have a song, and he didn't get one, so instead he gets the Prince Ali reprise, which isn't bad. It's just short. Oh yeah, Friends on the Other Side. Great song, by the way. Absolutely amazing. So here's a question. What's the villain song in Frozen 1? Because we know the villain song in Tangled, It's Mother Knows Best. God, that's a just... Ugh. Ratigan. I think the song is just called Radigan, Frisco Born. I'm trying to remember where I'm at in the fight here. The song between Anna and Jackass. LOL. But yes, Let It Go is actually the traditional villain. Let It Go is fills all the check marks and fits the slot of being a villain song. It's just, you know, she's not actually the villain. But yes, Mother Knows Best is messed up. It's one of the reasons why Mother whatever her name is, Twitface, is honestly probably one of the most evil villains in Disney history. Gothel, that's it. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Let's go, it's gonna blow. Is this it? Is this the worst section of the game? Seriously, I think this is it. I think this is our Sten section for Breath of Fire 1. I'm sorry, Ryu. What? Hey, we talked again. Whee! Now that was dynamite. What? Dizzy warning, apparently. If this doesn't work, don't blame me, okay? You're out of your mind! By the way, in case you missed that, we just spent the entirety of Chapter 4, all of today, about 5 hours, getting a boat. I'm not going to summarize the whole arc again. Just getting a boat, immediately losing it, going and attacking the enemy base, stealing their boat, and then the second we sail on their boat, we get into 3 battles and then lose the boat again. You need the gills to breathe underwater. I'll sell it to you for 1 billion GP. Listen, I'm your last chance here. No one else is going to help. You don't have enough cash. I'll take what you've got and loan you the rest, okay? I'll be right back with the gills. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the worst part of the entire game. I think I'm going to need lunch to deal with this. I'll be back in a bit.